Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles on YouTube by subscribing to our social media channels. Our website is wejuni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is, Where Should You Open a Cafe or Restaurant in Brisbane? Start with these top 5 postcode clusters. Published on June 5, 2026 as the opinion of author, Rishi Sharma, founder and editor-in-chief of Juni. Brisbane's cafe and restaurant sector looks active from the street. Coffee shops are busy before school drop-off. In-city venues fill during lunch. Suburban dining strips still attract families, workers and weekend customers. But anyone thinking about opening a cafe or restaurant in Brisbane needs to look beyond this visible activity. A busy-looking precinct can carry high rent, thin margins, uneven customer demand and strong competition. A cleaned analysis of 1,380 Brisbane cafe and restaurant records from the Australian Business Register found 877 active records and 503 not active records. That means 64% of identified records were active, while 36% were not active. That 36% figure is not a direct closure rate. Not active records may include closures, cancelled ABNs, dormant registrations, rebrands, ownership changes, legacy records and owner retirements. But it still provides a useful signal for entrepreneurs. Brisbane hospitality has a large active market, but it also carries a high level of business movement. The clearest opportunity appears in 5 postcode clusters: 4,000, 4,101, 4,006, 4,109 and 4,034. Together, these 5 areas accounted for 384 of the 1,380 records, or 28% of the cleaned dataset. They also accounted for 313 active records, or 36% of all active records. For a new operator, this map is the best starting point. It does not show guaranteed success. Instead, it shows where cafe and restaurant activity is already concentrated, where customer markets may exist and where competition may also be strongest. Heading: An Australian Business Register dataset was analysed. The analysis started with the publicly available Australian Business Register, ABR, national dataset, as at 27th of February 2026. This ABR dataset was used because it is Australian business number-centred, entity-based and better suited to identifying business status, location and industry classification than business name-only sources. The first step narrowed the national dataset to Queensland records. The second step filtered for cafe, restaurant, takeaway and food service-related entities. This produced a smaller group of potentially relevant businesses, but it still included records that needed manual checking. The raw data included noise. Some records involved cancelled registrations, unclear trading names, duplicate records, non-hospitality entities, historic records or businesses that no longer appeared to trade under the recorded structure. The dataset therefore went through automated cleaning and manual verification. The process checked business names, ABNs, suburbs, postcodes, trading status, category relevance and public listing evidence. Brisbane City Council suburb boundary sources helped verify whether records belonged within the Brisbane City Local Government Area, LGA. Australia Post postcode references helped check locality labels for the top postcode clusters. Google Maps public listings, websites and social media pages were also used as public-facing cross-checks for individual business status. These public listings were not treated as definitive proof. They were used as cross-checks only, because online listings can lag behind real trading conditions. Where possible, public listing signals were compared with ABR status and other public evidence. After this process, 1,380 Brisbane cafe and restaurant records remained. Of those, 877 were active and 503 were not active. Heading: 4,000, Brisbane's biggest cafe and restaurant cluster. Postcode 4,000, covering Brisbane City, Spring Hill, and Petrie Terrace, recorded the highest concentration of cafe and restaurant records in the dataset. It had 115 records, with 98 active and 17 not active. That produced an 85% open rate. For entrepreneurs, this area offers scale. It sits around office workers, visitors, students, hotels, events and commuter traffic. That kind of customer flow can support cafes and restaurants, especially those with strong weekday trade. But the dataset cannot prove that customer volume offsets the cost base. A CBD location may also involve higher rent, higher staffing requirements, longer trading hours and stronger competition. The practical takeaway: 4,000 may suit operators with capital, clear positioning and the ability to handle a higher fixed cost environment. Heading: 4006, the strongest open rate among the top 5. Postcode 4006, covering Fortitude Valley, Newstead, Bowen Hills, and Hurston, recorded 78 cafe and restaurant records. Of those, 67 were active and 11 were not active. That produced an 86% open rate, the strongest among the top 5 clusters. For entrepreneurs, 4006 offers a mix of hospitality demand. Fortitude Valley has nightlife and entertainment activity. Newstead and Bowen Hills include residential growth, offices and destination venues. Hurston adds health and hospital-related activity. This diversity may support different trading windows, breakfast, lunch, dinner, takeaway and weekend demand. But it also means competition can be intense. A new entrant needs a strong reason for customers to switch or add another venue to their routine. The practical takeaway: 4006 may suit operators with a sharp brand, strong design, delivery potential or a food offer that fits a competitive precinct. Heading: 4109, Brisbane's major southern dining cluster. Postcode 4109, covering Sunnybank, McGregor, Robertson, Sunnybank Hills, and Sunnybank South, recorded 61 cafe and restaurant records. Of those, 51 were active and 10 were not active. That produced an 84% open rate. For entrepreneurs, 4109 is one of the clearest suburban signals in the dataset. It has an established dining identity, and strong local recognition as a southern food cluster. This type of locality can benefit from repeat customers, family dining, evening trade, takeaway demand and cultural food depth. But established dining areas can also be hard to enter. Customers may already have trusted favorites, and a new business may need quality, price discipline and a clear point of difference. The practical takeaway: 4109 may suit operators with a strong cuisine focus, family dining model, takeaway strategy or community-based brand. Heading 4034. Smaller but stable northern suburban activity. Postcode 4034, covering Aspley, Boondall, Castledine, Geebung, and Zilmere, recorded 38 cafe and restaurant records. Of those, 31 were active and 7 were not active. That produced an 82% open rate. This is not the largest cluster, but it still shows a meaningful northern suburban market. For a cafe or restaurant operator, a smaller cluster can be useful where the business depends on local repeat trade rather than high tourist or nightlife activity. The main trade-off is visibility. A suburban location may have lower rent exposure than an inner-city precinct, but it may also require more consistent local loyalty. Operators may need to rely on morning routines, school traffic, nearby workers, families and weekend habits. The practical takeaway: 4034 may suit operators with a neighborhood cafe model, low to moderate overheads and strong local marketing. Heading 4101, visible, popular and riskier than it looks. Postcode 4101, covering South Brisbane, West End, and Highgate Hill, recorded 92 cafe and restaurant records. That made it the second largest cluster in the dataset. But it had the lowest open rate among the top 5 clusters, 72%. Of its 92 records, 66 were active and 26 were not active. This is the most interesting finding for entrepreneurs. South Brisbane and West End look like obvious hospitality locations. They have apartments, nightlife, arts activity, students, workers and visitors. They also have strong public visibility, and an established food culture. Yet the data shows a higher inactive share than the other leading clusters. That does not mean entrepreneurs should avoid 4101. It means the area may reward strong operators while exposing weak concepts quickly. A venue in 4101 may need to compete harder on brand, menu, experience, price, location and trading hours. It may also need enough capital to survive the early months before regular demand settles. The practical takeaway: 4101 may suit experienced operators, destination venues and concepts with strong differentiation. It may be less forgiving for undercapitalized first-time entrants. Heading: What interviews revealed about business pressure. The numbers show where activity is concentrated. Interviews show what it feels like to operate inside that market. 6 owner, manager and staff interviews were thematically coded, identifying cost pressure, uneven demand, confidence level, price pressure, hidden instability and low overhead strategy. Across the 6 interviews, cost pressure appeared 31 times, uneven demand appeared 27 times and hidden instability appeared 26 times. Confidence level appeared 18 times, price pressure appeared 9 times and low overhead strategy appeared 5 times. Hidden instability refers to signs that a cafe or restaurant may be operating under pressure despite still being open, trading or appearing busy. Examples include break-even trading, weak profitability, product waste, high fixed costs, owner concern, uneven demand and revenue that does not consistently cover costs. One new cafe owner described trading as up and down. The business was still open, still building a customer base and still hopeful. But rent, tax, FPOS fees, supplier levies and inventory costs were all adding pressure. Another operator, running a mobile coffee model, described a more stable position. The business had operated from the same location for about 10 years, and customer numbers were broadly consistent with the previous year. Its lower risk structure came from low overheads and family labor. A suburban cafe owner offered another lesson. The business was profitable and the owner felt confident, but the model relied on keeping staff costs low. The owner said the business was surviving because it had no staff. Another cafe and restaurant manager provided a stronger counterexample. Their business reported steady year-on-year performance, strong tourist demand and a positive outlook, despite weather and wage pressure. These in-person experiences suggest that the best business model depends heavily on fixed costs. A shopfront cafe with rent, staff and equipment costs carries a different risk profile from a mobile coffee trailer or family-run suburban cafe. Heading: Industry context. Busy does not mean comfortable. Restaurant and Catering Australia, RCA, President, Lincoln John Hart described Brisbane's cafe and restaurant sector as visibly busy but structurally stretched. He stated not every inactive ABN represents a failed business. Ownership transfers, restructures and rebrands are common in hospitality. But he also identified high competition, low barriers to entry and thin margins as core sector pressures. Hart emphasized that national cafe margins sit at about 2.6% and restaurant margins at about 2.8%. That means a venue can look busy while the owner still faces a tight financial result after rent, wages, stock, energy, tax and fees. The national context also matters. RCA reported in February 2026 that 10.4% of food service businesses had closed in the previous 12 months, which it described as the highest failure rate of any sector in the economy. Business Chamber Queensland's December 2025 Pulse report reported softer business confidence across Queensland, linked to inflation, operating costs and broader economic pressure. For entrepreneurs, the message is clear. Hospitality demand exists, but demand alone does not make a viable business. Heading: Where should you open? The answer depends on the business model. If the priority is foot traffic, 4,000 remains the largest cluster. If the priority is the strongest open rate signal among the top 5, 4006 stands out. If the goal is a suburban dining audience, 4109 deserves close attention. If the model relies on local repeat trade and lower exposure, 4034 may be worth deeper research. If the concept is strong and the operator can handle competition, 4101 may still offer opportunity, despite its higher inactive share. The key is not to choose a suburb because it looks busy. Instead, choose a locality only after testing the rent, staffing model, target customer, trading hours, price point, competition and cash buffer. Brisbane's cafe and restaurant sector is large, active and locally important. But the data shows that visible popularity does not always mean commercial security. For entrepreneurs, the best postcode is not always the busiest one. It is the one where the business model, customer base, rent, labor structure and price point all fit together. More articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our social media channels. Our website is wejuni.com. End of article.
Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles on YouTube by subscribing to our social media channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Social Media Ban for Under 16s, Australia Leads the Way. Published on January 17, 2026 as the opinion of contributor, Caroline Peters. A UK-based writer with areas of interest including travel, culture and fitness. It has been 1 month since Australia took the bold step of prohibiting social media use for people below the age of 16, on the 10th of December, 2025. It became the very first nation to do so. The Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age, Act 2024, which is an amendment to the Online Safety Act 2021, stipulated that major social media platforms must adopt reasonable steps to stop Australian users who are under the age of 16 from creating or maintaining accounts on their services. The non-compliance of the platforms would result in hefty fines of up to 49.5 million Australian dollars, 33 million US dollars, for repeated or serious violations. Heading: The policy's main objective: children's safety and prevention of online harms. The Australian government, led by Labor Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, has advocated for this law to act as a child protection tool by pointing out the increased susceptibility of younger adolescents to various harms such as cyberbullying and viewing dangerous content. Controversially, the law has made it the responsibility of the platforms to regulate instead of the children and their parents. Heading: Legal challenge and freedom of expression debate. The social media ban sparked legal challenges. In December 2025, Reddit filed a case in the High Court of Australia, arguing that the law infringes the Constitution's implied freedom of political communication by restricting how young people engage in public discourse online. A prior challenge was also launched by the Digital Freedom Project alongside teenage plaintiffs. Human rights and advocacy groups had similarly raised concerns that the law could limit young people's access to accurate information, social connection, and support networks, for example, rights often associated with freedom of expression and association, and that the reliance on age verification technologies raises privacy questions. Heading: Implementation challenges and technology. Enforcement of the ban has depended on age assurance methods employed by platforms, such as age inference, using data signals to estimate age estimation, for example, biometrics, and verified age checks. There is no single technology specified, and platforms have had to balance accuracy, privacy, and practicality when complying. The law has also specified that platforms cannot require government ID and must provide reasonable alternatives to meet age requirements. Heading: Public reaction and broader implications. Public opinion in Australia has been mixed. Some parents and advocacy groups support the ban as a necessary protection against online harms, while critics, including youth organisations and civil liberties advocates, have raised concerns about social isolation, reduced access to accurate information, and the effectiveness of the ban in an environment where teens use virtual private networks, VPNs, or simply migrate to other unregulated platforms. The policy has been a topic of great interest and debate internationally. Countries like Denmark, Malaysia and Norway, as well as the European Union, have held similar discussions revolving around age-related social media restrictions and digital safety frameworks. More articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our social media channels. Our website is wejuni.com. End of article. Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles on YouTube by subscribing to our social media channels. Our website is wejuni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Trump-Putin Summit, Tariffs, Alliances and Global Uncertainty. Published on September 7, 2025 as the opinion of contributor, Andrea. A content writer with a master's degree in journalism, covering topics from various areas, including finance. How Alaska talks reshaped trade with India, China and beyond. Russian President Putin and U.S. President Trump held a summit in Alaska on August 15, 2025. While the meeting ended with no announcements of a ceasefire in Ukraine, their discussions sparked a series of tariff-related developments. These tariffs mainly concern India and China as an attempt to bring peace amid the war in Ukraine. They have a regional impact that spans all the way to Africa and Europe, prompting trade shifts. Heading: The situation on tariffs in India. President Donald Trump implemented a new 25% import tax on Indian goods, which took effect on August 28. This adds to the existing 25% import tax, bringing the total tariff up to 50%. The tariff is a retaliation against India's continuous importing of oil from Russia. However, after the summit, Trump hinted that further measures and escalations are no longer necessary, at least not right now. While not specifically mentioning India, he said that he may revisit the matter in a couple of weeks. He mentioned making a few calls, which suggests a potential delay or softening of the tariffs. This pause comes with a fair amount of strategic hostility in the wake of growing anti-India, anti-BRICS sentiment, both locally and abroad. On one hand, Trump hints that the tariffs may have pushed Putin further on the negotiation table, easing the urgency for retaliatory measures. On the other hand, they aim to relieve the tension between nations and potentially reach a friendly ceasefire. Russia had previously criticized these tariffs, as India is Russia's second major buyer after China. However, the decision to continue trade undermined the efforts of the U.S. to restrict Russia's revenue for war. Heading: How China Fares. Despite its global dominance in numerous sectors, China's economy remains vulnerable to a degree. The slow domestic demand put the nation under pressure, housing revenue is down and unemployment seems to have reached a peak. Manufacturing metrics are also unstable because while high-tech sectors, for example, electric vehicles, large language model development for artificial intelligence and batteries, are flourishing, other industries stagnate. Similar to the situation in India, President Trump also put off implementing new tariffs for China. This applies even to their imports of Russian oil, despite continuous trade. This came as a mystery for many industries, which were expecting harsher measures. Still, while the tariffs were delayed, President Trump mentioned they were not dropped altogether. Instead, he declared that while they would not go up right now, this could still happen in a couple of weeks. Trump suggested that he wouldn't further disrupt the global oil market at the moment, yet he holds any action as leverage. Recently, Trump reportedly signed a 90-day extension on some of the harshest tariffs on China. Despite appearing as good news, Trump's "for now" created uncertainty for companies in Beijing and beyond. Dependence on U.S. markets does not allow them to plan for the long term, leading to an even deeper domestic slowdown. Heading: Impact on other regions. The tariffs imposed on India also raise concern regarding the cohesion of the Quad, which includes Australia, Japan, India and the US. Tony Abbott, former LNP Australian Prime Minister, warns that Trump's unpredictable tariffs could negatively influence 2 decades' worth of alliance building. At the same time, the tariffs on Chinese graphite sparked new opportunities for India's Epsilon Advanced Materials. After Washington introduced anti-dumping duties on all Chinese imports with a 93.5% tariff, India moved to close alternative deals with Japan and South Korea. This has reshaped dynamics not only for India, but also for its new partners. While industries in China and India are negatively affected by uncertainties with these tariffs, other countries such as New Zealand could benefit from this situation. For example, if trade turns away from Chinese suppliers, industries in the U.S. could turn to Aotearoa for products such as meat or dairy. The same applies to Australia, where wine, beef and mineral export demands could increase. Heading: What about Europe? Europe is in a slightly different position, as it can only watch uneasily as the tariffs come into effect. Energy concerns spark, as Europe still depends on Russian oil and gas, despite its diversification methods. While their top suppliers are the US and Norway, Europe remains vulnerable to volatile energy prices. Europe is wary of Trump's strategies, and with Washington going after BRICS countries, Brussels fears a shifting supply chain. The Liberation Day tariffs also triggered a lot of market turmoil, as European companies have had to pay more for their imports. With the U.S. pushing Asia to export at volatile rates, the local industry could end up being compromised. It is clear that this summit in Alaska may not have any breakthrough conclusions regarding the Ukraine conflict, but economic uncertainty has sparked a fair amount of turmoil. Global partners are trying to recalibrate their strategies amid the unease, leading to higher import and export prices on a daily basis. Heading: President Trump likely to meet PM Modi at ASEAN Summit on October 26. Authorities in New Delhi and Washington, D.C., have begun considering the chance of a bilateral meeting between Modi and Trump during the ASEAN Summit scheduled for October 26 in Malaysia. More articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our social media channels. Our website is wejuni.com. End of article. Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles on YouTube by subscribing to our social media channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Nobody Calls Me Yellow: How President Trump's Tariff Plans Can Affect Global Trade. Published on January 12, 2025 as the opinion of contributor, Andrea. A content writer with a master's degree in journalism, covering various topics, including finances. She has been a writer since 2010 and has published hundreds of articles throughout that time. When it comes to making statements with significant impact, very few can take the world by storm the way President Donald Trump can. His recent announcement to the BRICS nation has taken over the media, as he threatened to impose a 100% tariff should they create a new currency to rival the US dollar. These statements have proven to be a source of stress for US citizens and neighboring countries that could be affected. If put into effect, it can mark instability in the population, making import and export more challenging. We'll learn more about how the latest announcement can affect other countries. Heading: What triggered the tariff threat? Over the past few years, BRICS countries have attempted different ways to become less dependent on the US dollar, which gives the United States an advantage in trades. After Russian President Vladimir Putin made a call for a new international payment, saying that it is used as a weapon, a new idea came to the surface. After discussions with Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, it was proposed that a new common currency be implemented in South America. Using a new currency would be difficult, as the US dollar holds significant power. Also, the dollar still marks 58% of the forex reserves. This prompted President Donald Trump to offer a response to these discussions in an attempt to keep the dollar at a stronger point. On Truth Social, President Trump stated, "The idea that the BRICS countries are trying to move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch is over. We require a commitment from these countries that they will neither create a new BRICS currency, nor back any other currency to replace the mighty US dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs, and should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful US economy." It's difficult to say whether or not these tariffs would be implemented. Trump allies have suggested that it is merely a tactic of negotiation, meant more to trigger negotiations. However, should it follow through, Trump may intend to place these taxes on all goods entering the United States as a way to strengthen the US economy. Heading: An attempt at negotiation from China. In response to the tariff announcement, China has consistently called for negotiations, as they have learned plenty of lessons from the previous trade war. The possibility that it could destabilize both countries is high, even if the 10% tariff in China is relatively small compared to others. Despite being one of the most powerful countries, China's economy is still in relatively bad shape, which is why these taxes could deal even more damage. As a significant portion of its profits comes from exports, China wishes to avoid another trade war, which could increase the costs of goods in both countries. While it is not yet certain how far these threats will escalate, Trump's first official day in the administration office will likely begin with numerous conversations on the matter. Heading: How other countries would be affected. Trump's threat targeted BRICS countries Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, but such a tariff could also affect other nations. For instance, Australia and China have consistently growing economic ties, with commodity trades growing by up to 10% yearly. Should China's economy weaken even further due to the new tariff, the demand for goods from Australia could decline and indirectly affect their economy with reduced revenues, price instability resulting in higher costs, and a potential slowdown in GDP growth. Australian Labor Party Treasurer, Dr. Jim Chalmers stated, "I think when it comes to inflation specifically, the worst is behind us." The impact on Europe is also significant, as the incoming president promised new taxes. Unless European countries purchased more gas and oil from the United States, Trump threatened with a tariff on all imports by up to 20%. This is all part of his tariffs all the way plan, which he made clear through his post on Truth Social. Heading: The impact on the US economy and prices of goods. While these taxes were proposed as a way to strengthen the economy of the US, they could have a significant impact on American citizens, too. As BRICS countries face higher taxes, there is a good chance that prices of goods will rise as well to make up for the losses. In the end, US citizens could pay more for imported products than they used to. Prices of steel and other similar imported metals can also increase, especially as China is one of the main suppliers. On the other hand, the potential tariffs could decrease competition for industries based in the US, such as steel and aluminum. Heading: The line in the sand. The administration sees President Trump's proposed tariffs as a way to increase the country's power, focusing more on protectionism rather than organization. That said, it's difficult to say how the rest of the world can handle the economic fallout, given that they are strongly interconnected through trade. With tensions rising, the world is looking forward to seeing how negotiations will shift these decisions, avoiding a potential conflict. More articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our social media channels. Our website is wejuni.com. End of article. Welcome to Journey. You can support the Journey team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Salt of the Earth. An act of terrorism shocks Australia as 6 killed by Queensland degenerate in Bondi Junction. Published on April 26, 2024 as the opinion of contributor, Caroline Peters. On any typical Saturday afternoon, Westfield Bondi Junction would be like any other popular shopping mall around the world. Unfortunately, the events that took place on the 13th of April 2024 brought a nation to its knees and left the world in shock. A 40-year-old Australian man from the state of Queensland, Joel Cauchi, stabbed and killed 6 people while injuring 12 others, who were innocently enjoying an afternoon of retail therapy. While many people typically think of Australia being a country that doesn't experience as much terrorism or crime as other nations, a number of similarly incited stabbings have occurred, with a Sydney priest and a Melbourne mother being attacked recently. The Melbourne Burke Street attack in 2017 was the last time the country saw a similar fatal incident of this size and type, but now the country is again on high alert following this incident. At the scene of the crime, Australian police officer, Inspector Amy Scott confronted and shot dead the perpetrator. She has now been hailed a hero by the country's Prime Minister for trying to stand up to the attacker. CCTV also captured a hero holding onto a bollard, trying to halt Cauchi's movements on an escalator. Following the event, many were taken to the hospital, including a small baby of just 9 months old. Heading: How the event played out on television and social media. Before the perpetrator was identified, many alt-right and far-right within the Australian diaspora as well as overseas personalities, including members of UK, French and US press presented content with false accusations. Incorrect identification was prevalent in many media reports, inciting a barrage of public comments,
leaving many unsure what to believe. The local 7 network had to issue an apology for mistakenly identifying a University of Technology, UTS, 20-year-old student as the perpetrator. The network has now settled the legal dispute for an undisclosed amount. Social media companies such as Facebook now look justified in recently closing its news tab, after Meta vowed to stop paying Australian publishers for content. The perpetrator was known to the Australian police. It's unclear what the motivation was for the attack, but the media were quick to label the perpetrator as mentally disturbed and not a terrorist. Bias in media reporting as well as social media isn't uncommon following this type of incident, but toxic misogyny and misandry are well known in Australia, predominantly in the state of Queensland, and still commonplace to this day and age. Witnesses who were in the shopping mall at the time stated the perpetrator was wearing an Australian Kangaroos rugby league jersey and shorts, walking around as anyone would on a casual afternoon out. The graduate from Harrisdown State High School in Toowoomba was first seen ordering from a Vietnamese restaurant, Saigon Noodle, then captured on CCTV leaving Japanese variety store Daiso. In what appeared to be out of nowhere, the perpetrator began stabbing members of the public, leaving people feeling shocked, scared and unable to feel relaxed in a public setting. Heading: The burdening pariah state of Queensland. In 2014, due to excessive usage and a rise in the number of seizures, Queensland State Parliament elevated steroids to the status of a Schedule I drug, placing them in the same category as heroin, cocaine, and ice, the most severe classification for illicit substances. According to a 2019 National Drug Strategy Household Survey, NDSHS, among people aged 14 and over, 1 in 7 smoked tobacco daily, 1 in 4 consumed 5 or more drinks in one sitting, at least monthly, and 1 in 6 used an illicit drug in a 12-month period. The Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, ACIC, released a 2021 report stating that specifically, Queenslanders have high rates of illicit drug use of MDMA, cocaine and methamphetamine consumption. Queensland homicides have surged by 50% within a year. In response, the police service put in place plans to bolster its efforts by recruiting over 100 specialised officers for vulnerable persons units over the next 2 years. According to Queensland police data, 24 individuals were reportedly murdered in the last fiscal year, marking an increase from 16 victims in the preceding year. Many qualified lawyers, doctors, engineers, police officers, models and even politicians have been relieved to leave the state of Queensland due to uncivilised behaviour. The quality of education in the state has been in sharp decline, while the broad Australian accent, which indicates a mental retardation caused from intergenerational excessive alcohol/drug use, and chemically imbalanced testosterone/estrogen levels, leading to poison zygotes, bipolar behavior and gender identity issues, is commonplace. It's worth mentioning that a history of violence is closely associated with drover mentality Queenslanders. The cruel apartheid system in South Africa was closely modelled from Queensland's Aboriginal Protection Act, 1897. Australia as a whole is a country that doesn't typically feature around the globe for such events, but with horrific incidents on the rise in recent months, the public is beginning to question media representation and the motivation for these attacks. The city of Sydney and the state of New South Wales and the country as a whole remain on high alert following this tragic incident, and our thoughts are with the families of those impacted by this horrific event. People don't need an ill-informed Australian's interpretation of what is and isn't a terrorist act. People do need security agencies like the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, to be doing their job in identifying and monitoring pariah states that produce such degenerates. Shame on you, Queensland. Shame. 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 More articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejuni.com. End of article.
Welcome to Journey. You can support the Journey team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Sage Valmiki's epic, The Lord Ram Hindu Temple Resurrects in Ayodhya After 500 Years. Published on January 26, 2024 as the opinion of author, Mr. Shakil Sharma. Founder and Editor-in-Chief of Journey. Ram Ram. A warm greeting said by millions around the world with care, respect and well wishes. The person attributed with this greeting is Valmiki, an ancient Indian sage and poet. He is revered as the author of the Sanskrit scripture, the Ramayana, an epic that narrates the life of Lord Ram, his wife Sita, his brother Lakshman and his loyal companion, Hanuman, with strikingly similar abilities to the Nephilim. Sage Valmiki is not only known for his contribution to literature, but also for his teachings on righteousness and his role in the cultural and spiritual heritage of the oldest religion in the world, Hinduism. On January 22, 2024, in the heartland of India, a momentous event took place that reverberated across the nation and around the world, the reconsecration of the Lord Ram Hindu temple in the holy city of Ayodhya, India. This sacred occasion marked the culmination of a decades-long struggle, legal battles, and emotional upheavals, as the Hindu faithful witnessed the fulfillment of a resurrection, deeply embedded in the cultural and historical fabric of India. Heading: Historical context of the holy city. Ayodhya, nestled on the banks of the revered Sarayu River, is not just a city, it is a symbol of ancient glory and spirituality. At the epicenter of Ayodhya is the Ram Janma Bhoomi, the birthplace of Lord Ram, one of the most revered deities in Hinduism. The saga of the Ram Janma Bhoomi has been etched in the collective consciousness of millions, as it became entangled in a complex web of historical disputes and communal tensions. The original Hindu temple stood as a testament to devotion for centuries with the same religious significance as the Vatican for Catholics, Jerusalem for Jews and Mecca for Muslims. However, in the year 1528, it became a horrific flashpoint when the brutal armies of Islamic Central Asian Turkic Mughal Emperor, Babur, from present-day Uzbekistan and descendant of Mongol conqueror, Genghis Khan, invaded India and ordered the destruction of the temple, and be replaced with a mosque at the same site in his honor. The centuries that followed were marked by a series of disputes, protests, and legal battles, culminating in the demolition of the Babur Mosque in 1992. The events that unfolded led to a prolonged legal battle, that concluded with a landmark verdict by the Supreme Court of India in November 2019, granting permission for the construction of a Grand Ram temple at the disputed site. Heading: The Reconsecration of the Holy Temple. The reconsecration of the Lord Ram temple was not merely the laying of bricks and mortar, it was a spiritual rejuvenation, a manifestation of resilience, and a celebration of the enduring spirit of a civilization that has endured terrible suffering. The event was attended by millions, with devotees, political dignitaries, sports icons, film actors and religious representatives converging in the holy city to witness the historic moment. The religious rites of passage performed during the reconsecration were steeped in ancient traditions, meticulously following the guidelines prescribed in ancient scriptures. The sanctification ceremony, known as Mahayagna, sought the blessings of the divine to infuse the temple with spiritual energy and sanctity. The chanting of Vedic hymns, the fragrance of incense, and the resonance of bells filled the air, creating an ethereal atmosphere that uplifted the attendees to divine transcendence. Heading: Cultural and National Significance. The reconsecration of the Lord Ram temple holds immense cultural and national significance. For Hindus, it symbolizes the restoration of a sacred space that had been lost for centuries. It is a moment of unbridled joy, a reaffirmation of faith, and a spiritual homecoming for millions who had yearned to see the grandeur of the Ram temple. The cultural importance of the event extends beyond religious boundaries. Ayodhya, often referred to as the birthplace of Indian civilization, holds diverse cultures and traditions. The reconsecration serves as a unifying force, bringing together people of different faiths and backgrounds in celebration of a shared heritage. It fosters a sense of unity and national pride, transcending the temporal boundaries that often divide societies. Heading: Political Achievements. The political implications of the reconsecration cannot be overlooked. The Ayodhya dispute has been a contentious issue that has shaped Indian politics for decades. The successful resolution and construction of the Lord Ram temple stand as a testament to the ability of democratic institutions to navigate complex challenges. The event has provided a platform for political leaders to showcase their commitment to cultural and religious harmony, fostering a narrative of inclusive governance. India's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, in attendance, led the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. His memorable speech echoed public sentiment. The Prime Minister stated, "January 22, 2024 is the beginning of a new era. A nation rising up after breaking the mentality of slavery, a nation taking courage from every bite of the past, creates a new history in this way." Even though this specific moment could be interpreted as a monumental victory over critics, political opponents and even the remnants of the Mughal Empire, the Prime Minister's speech emphasized that this was not a moment of victory alone. The Prime Minister continued, "For us, this is not a time of victory but also of humility. The history of the world is witness to the fact that many nations get entangled in their own history. Whenever such countries tried to untie the tangled knots of their history, they faced great difficulty in achieving success. In fact, many times situations became more difficult than before. But the seriousness and emotion with which our country has opened this knot of history, shows that our future is going to be much more beautiful than our past." The reconsecration of the Lord Ram temple in Ayodhya on January 22, 2024, transcends the boundaries of religion and politics, weaving together a tapestry of spirituality, culture, and national pride. It signifies a triumph of perseverance, a testament to the resilience of a civilization that has weathered the storms of time. As the echoes of Vedic hymns reverberate through the air, the reconsecrated Lord Ram temple stands not just as a physical structure but as a beacon of faith, hope, unity, good overcoming evil, and the enduring interwoven spirit of ancient and modern India. Jai Shri Ram. More articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article.
Welcome to Journey. You can support the Journey team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, x.com, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Rotten Zygotes. Khalistan Sikh Terror's Recidivism Sours Diplomatic Relations Between India, Canada and the West. Published on October 9, 2023 as the opinion of contributor, Caroline Peters. In the past months, diplomatic tensions have increased between India and Canada as a result of the recidivism of Khalistan terrorism and the allegations made about the slaying of Khalistan terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar on Canadian soil. With Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau making a surprising public announcement about the situation, more attention from the public has been placed on recent incidents. Heading: Public Interest and Concerns about Khalistan Terrorism in Canada. Canadian PM Justin Trudeau made a public announcement that local authorities suspect India played a role in the killing of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. The incident happened outside of a temple in Surrey, British Columbia, on the 18th of June, 2023, where Nijjar, a leader within the Sikh diaspora in Canada, was shot dead at the age of 45. He had been an active supporter of the Khalistan separatist movement in northern India, which is aiming to create an independent Sikh homeland in the region. Increasing tensions further, the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, confronted Trudeau about anti-India activities among Sikh separatists in his country. These individuals typically favor creating an independent state within both India and Pakistan's Punjab region. There is concern about violence against Hindus living in Canada as a result of this. Heading: Canadian and Indian diplomats step in and step out. Both Canada and India have now expelled diplomats as a repercussion to calm down the situation. India has now stopped offering visas to citizens of Canada, which has one of the world's largest Sikh-majority Indian diasporas. It's estimated that 700,000 Indian citizens and 1.6 million people of Indian descent reside within the country, restricting many of them from visiting loved ones back home. Both countries stated recently that their diplomats have been the subject of security threats, with India dismissing Canada's accusations of involvement in the killing as absurd. Heading: Global contextual consequences. Back in March, Prime Minister Modi's administration shared their concerns about pro-Khalistan protesters when the Indian High Commission in London was vandalised in a demonstration, encouraging the British government to deal with these extremist attacks in a more severe manner. This has now become a global concern, with the UK Home Office adding a further £95,000 to funding to tackle the issue of pro-Khalistani extremism. Recently, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak lambasted pro-Khalistani extremism, stating that he would not tolerate any form of extremism and violence like that in the UK. In 2014, retired Indian Lieutenant General Kuldeep Singh Brar was visiting London and was attacked and slashed by a knife, leaving a 12-inch cut running across his neck and jaw. These incidents have been continuing for many years now, dating back to 1984 when General Brar led Operation Blue Star, the Indian Army mission to capture Sikh militant Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale. In a similar mission to Operation Neptune Spear, the US CIA-led mission to capture al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden, resulting in the Indian Army attacking the Golden Temple in Amritsar. Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was assassinated by her two Punjabi Sikh bodyguards 4 months later, in the country's worst act of treason to date. Anti-Sikh riots across India followed, resulting in thousands of deaths. On June 23, 1985, Khalistan terrorists boarded and detonated a bomb on Air India Flight 182 en route from Toronto to London, England, killing all 329 people on board, including 268 Canadian citizens, 27 British citizens, and 24 Indian citizens. To this day, the Air India Flight 182 bombing is still the worst terrorist attack in Canadian history. Tensions only continue to rise between Canada and India at the current time, with no clear indication of what will happen in the near future. With a long history of contextual conflicts between India and other countries such as Canada, UK and Australia, it is hoped that these incidents will decrease in the future and that appropriate action to eliminate terror will be taken where necessary to avoid future conflict. One contextual way is for more educated metropolitan population areas not allow those from a small town, rural and regional farming areas, whom are usually responsible for the most hardline political and religious views, to become so overwhelmingly dominant in a nation's politics, foreign affairs and commercial industries. The team at Juni Media unequivocally condemns both Canada's and Australia's two-faced oligarchs for their overwhelming support for proven terrorist groups and organizations at the expense of victims, diplomacy, global safety and security. More articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article.
Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram and Threads, like and share our Facebook page and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Meta Quest 3, Premium Virtual Reality and Augmented Reality Contender. Published on July 20, 2023 as the opinion of senior contributor, Sen Jenkins. An author, designer and journalist from the United Kingdom. Meta has now officially announced the upcoming Quest 3 virtual reality and augmented reality device, following the success of the Quest 2 and continuing the groundbreaking leaps into virtual reality. With Mark Zuckerberg himself confirming a fall release date for the Quest 3, and the previous model having dropped in October, we can expect the new headset to be on the shelves well before Christmas. But what exactly is new with the Quest 3? Heading: Headset design of Meta Quest 3. Meta has taken the time to completely redesign the headset for the latest Quest model, while also retaining the futuristic aesthetic people enjoyed from Quest 2. The new device is 40% slimmer and much lighter than its predecessor, making for a more comfortable user experience. The design features three pill-shaped cameras on the front, with a sleek, modern headset. The strap that runs around the user's head is thought to be made from more flexible material than the Quest 2, while the face shield should be more successful at blocking out light. It appears that a lot of effort has been put into adjustability, with the strap, lenses, and more. Heading: New features. As with any new model, the Quest 3 boasts a number of upgrades and new features from the Quest 2. Meta has looked to take the successes of the previous model and refine them, with improvements to speed and usability. This includes mixed reality features and comes with upgraded Touch Plus controllers, which are easier to transport and have better haptics. Meta has worked hard to develop color cameras for the Quest 3, which results in an improved overall mixed reality experience. Real-world video and virtual reality blending is now far more seamless, which opens up a realm of opportunities for future advancements. The Quest 3 has been fitted with a new Qualcomm chip, which promises to provide a faster experience. Heading: New apps/games. Meta has already announced the upcoming release of a number of new virtual reality games, which will be available on both the Quest 3 and the Quest 2. These include games from Assassin's Creed, Attack on Titan, Samba do Amigo, and a sequel to Asgard's Wrath. Although the entire Quest 2 library will be available and accessible on the Quest 3, it is thought that a wave of Quest 3 exclusive apps and games may arrive in the near future to make full use of the improved hardware and specs. Heading: Is this the new standard of virtual reality and augmented reality for the future? Much like the Quest 2 and the original Quest, users will be able to enjoy a completely immersive virtual reality and augmented reality experience with the Quest 3, which will make use of the latest advancements in technology. Although it is backwards compatible with Quest 2 apps and games, this latest model is certainly looking to the future and setting the standard. Heading: Release Price Tag. The starting price for the Quest 3 is set at $500, while the price of the Quest 2 is being dropped back down to its original $300. The Meta Quest Pro comes in at $999, while the recently presented Apple Vision Pro headset is a whopping $3,499. More articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram and Threads, like and share our Facebook page and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article. Welcome to Journey. You can support the Journey team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Apple's Vision Pro Headset, the Future of Augmented and Virtual Reality. Published on June 29, 2023 as the opinion of contributor, Alex Tanase. A technology, video games and digital marketing writer for close to 2 decades. During their latest Worldwide Developers Conference/convention, Apple has shown some of its latest hardware/software projects, with the Vision Pro AR/VR headset at the forefront. According to Apple, this is the first spatial computer, which allows people to stay in the physical world while connecting with digital items/characters/menus and many other things. It's a new era in the world of computing, but is it something we should buy? Let's find out. Heading: Design. Apple is widely known for its exceptional product design, and Vision Pro certainly stands out in that regard. The design is all about wearability and comfort. You have a custom aluminium alloy frame that curves around the user's face. The design is modular too, which means you can adapt it to your face and not worry about discomfort. The headband has excellent cushioning, and you can adjust its size accordingly. Customization and ease of use are significant factors here. The light seal ensures you're getting the best fit and features a soft, textile material. You even have flexible straps that adjust to the user's head, regardless of its size. An essential thing to note is that if you need glasses, you can acquire Zeiss optical inserts from Apple. They are a separate purchase. However, they are a great option if you want to maintain that sense of immersion while also seeing clearly. Heading: New features. The Vision Pro features the M2 processor and a new R1 chip. The latter is very powerful, and it can process input coming from 6 microphones, 5 sensors, and 12 cameras all at once. According to Apple, you don't have any lag/latency problems. The new chip is custom-made and can update images 8 times faster than what our eyes can perceive. Another important aspect is that we're getting 2 displays that combine to create a massive 4K display. Apple says that text sharpness will be excellent from any angle, and we can also render videos in 4K if we want. They added 2 drivers per audio pod to create personal spatial audio. When it comes to eye tracking, Vision Pro uses something called Optic ID. Your account gets unlocked using your iris, so Apple takes security seriously. The Vision Pro battery life is roughly 2 hours, but it can be more or less according to the intensity of what apps you might use. Heading: Vision Pro apps. Vision Pro will feature apps you can use to watch movies, go through your music or images, and even connect with others and talk about a presentation. Vision Pro has its own Vision OS, made with visual computing in mind. Apple is working on an app store specific to the device. They said many apps are already in the late stages of development, including video conferencing, Office, or even some editing apps. Around 100 Apple Arcade games will be ready to play on the Vision Pro 2. Heading: Ways to use and enjoy. There are a large variety of uses for Vision Pro, and Apple seems to lean towards the entertainment side. Disney Plus will have a particular version for this device. We will also have the opportunity to watch movies and TV on it. And yes, we can also browse images and videos or even play games if we want. However, Vision Pro also has a more professional use case here too. You can enter video conferences and even share presentations. It's safe to say that Apple will also bring some business-related apps to its App Store, and more business features will arrive. Heading: Is this the new standard of VR/AR for the future? Vision Pro uses familiar features, but it also brings revolutionary ideas. What's great about this device is that Apple is not holding back, and they focus a lot on immersion. They are working on a device that's great for entertainment and professional users. Heading: Are there any risks? The Vision Pro seems like an extraordinary device, but not without risks. It's a product that keeps you in these virtual environments, which can isolate many individuals and cause mental health problems. Since your retinal info stays on the device, there are some privacy concerns. Heading: Controversial release price tag. While many people are excited to use the Vision Pro, there's also some controversy regarding the price. Apple asks $3,499, or $5,000 plus, for the Vision Pro, with the device set to arrive in early 2024 in the US and other markets soon after that. At this price point, The Vision Pro will be very prohibitive, especially when we consider that most VR/AR devices cost up to $1,000 plus, maybe slightly more for the more advanced options. At USD $3,499, or $5,000 plus, Apple's Vision Pro has tons to prove and show its potential customers. It might very well be a device targeting enthusiasts, so we don't know how mainstream it will be in the long term. However, it does seem like a very well-built, high-quality product worthy of Apple branding. Heading: Conclusion. There are many things to be excited about regarding the Vision Pro from Apple. Its great focus on AR/VR, great design, and powerful computing features set the device apart. Although pricing is very prohibitive, Vision Pro can become a revolutionary, excellent device for Apple fans and augmented/virtual reality enthusiasts. Full citations can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article.
Welcome to Journey. You can support the Journey team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Ethical Investing. Is it sustainable to counter the rising cost of living or inflation? Published on February 9, 2023, as the opinion of contributor, Andrea. A content writer with a master's degree in journalism, covering topics from various areas, including finances. As inflation rises, we see prices going higher each day. Prices have jumped by an average of 9.1%. Hitting a record for the highest spike since 1981. With demand and pull being the main reason for inflation, more people are investing in sustainable stocks. But are these stocks enough to counter the costs of inflation, along with the costs of living? Heading: What is ethical investing and how does it work? Ethical investing is a type of investment that is driven by principles, morals, and/or values. For the most part, ethical investing screens for negative objects that people do not want to be added to their portfolios. Ethical investing is a fairly broad term that covers various types of sustainable investments. These can include standard ethical investing uses morals and beliefs to screen an investment opportunity. Socially responsible investing, SRI, involves investing in socially responsible stocks, for example, sustainable supply chains, gender diversity, human rights, etc. Environmental, social, and corporate governance, ESG, takes all social, environmental, and corporate governance factors into account. Impact investing, which is similar to SRI, but takes a more proactive approach, looks for companies that aim to leave a positive impact on the environment. And green investing that focuses on environmentally friendly companies. As an investor, it is up to you to choose the type of investment that you are most comfortable with. Heading: Examples of ethical investing. An ethical investor would want to invest in something they believe is of noble worth. For example, let's say that the person investing believes that smoking is not healthy. They would obviously not want to do any investing that encourages tobacco production. As a result, when buying stocks, they would avoid any companies that deal with tobacco manufacturing. Another example would be if an investor is a dedicated member of PETA. They believe that animals should not be put through suffering, and as a result, they would avoid investing in companies known to abuse animals. They would only invest in the ones that do not test on animals or create food only from plant-based ingredients. Heading: Ethical investing and stock market availability. There are specific stocks on the market, but with a few catches. For example, if you purchase a passive fund that follows a big market, then you will invest in all stocks they have. In this case, the stocks would not be screened for ethical criteria. You would get exposure to stocks you don't potentially agree with. The only way to make sure you don't choose an unethical company is to go for those companies that have very explicit criteria for ethical morals. These are rare, but if you do find them, you may use them to increase your portfolio. Heading: Inflation factors and how they affect living costs. When inflation goes up, your purchasing power goes down. The value of your income, pensions, and savings are no longer as valuable. The only assets that usually keep up with inflation are collectibles and real estate. As a result, housing and rental units will also become more expensive. Inflation is often caused by demand pull, cost push, devaluation, and expectations. If there is too much demand on a low supply, with too much money on the market for a few products, the prices will rise. This often results in people not being able to afford what they did before unless their income rises along with the inflation. This can affect stock costs as well. The uncertain revenue growth along with rising costs can harm corporate profit margins. This can cause stock prices to fall, including green stocks. With more people investing in sustainable energy and environmentally friendly assets, stocks are expected to rise, increasing the potential profits of the investor. Green companies using renewable energy may also diminish their resource expenses, reducing the stock interest. Heading: How to invest and survive on both short and long term. To invest in both the long and the short term, you need to take a few precautionary steps. Here are a few tips to keep in mind. Review cash savings. Make sure that the interest rate of your account is close to the inflation rate. High-yield savings accounts are best for the short term. Use individual savings account allowance. This exempts you from having to pay tax on returns accrued on interest. Start a regular investment plan. The longer you keep the money in an account, the more interest you will get, eventually catching up with inflation. Keep in mind that regardless of the type of investment, your capital may still be at risk. You need to invest in high-yield stocks for them to pay off. Sustainable stocks seem to pay for themselves, but this depends on how the market may change in the future. Heading: How to spot a potential scam. The problem with ethical investing is that there are many so-called companies out there that are responsible for greenwashing. In other words, they advertise themselves as being sustainable or ethical when in fact, there is nothing ethical about them. The best way to spot a potential scam is to do diligent research. You can find their fact sheets on investment platforms and the company's website. Heading: The bottom line. While the interest rates of ethical investing seem to remain stable, we have to see whether it is sustainable enough to counter rising costs or not. The demand has yet to rise, keeping the prices low, but as the interest in sustainable energy increases, so may the value of stocks. Full citations can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Instagram, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejuni.com. End of article.
Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Twitter, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejuni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is God Save the Queen, Remembering Queen Elizabeth II. Published on October 11, 2022 as the opinion of contributor, Caroline Peters. A UK-based writer with interests in travel, culture, and fitness. The sudden passing of Queen Elizabeth II came as a shock to many of us in the United Kingdom. For the past 70 years, she has served our country and acted as a head of state for numerous countries worldwide. Looking back on her many decades of service, we share our final farewell to Queen Elizabeth II. Heading: Her Majesty Around the World. From Algeria to Zimbabwe, Queen Elizabeth II visited at least 117 different countries during her reign. Primarily focusing on the Commonwealth, we recently saw the news that Barbados would drop Queen Elizabeth II as their head of state. There are still many sovereign states where she acted in this role, with 15 different Commonwealth realms as of 2022, including Antigua and Barbuda, Australia, New Zealand, and St. Lucia. While no indication of the mass Republican movement has taken shape so far, it will be interesting to see if other countries follow in the footsteps of Barbados in the coming years. Heading: Queen Elizabeth's charm and compassion stemming from the importance of femininity. The late monarch's rigid apoliticism and charm helped her country endlessly during her 70-year reign. Although the UK may have somewhat avoided atoning for its colonial past, Her Grace did travel around the world, acknowledging her Commonwealth's diversity. As an observation, it is important to acknowledge that the word Queen in mainstream language and society has seen far-reaching progress for female leaders and human rights improvements, stemming from the importance of her feminine compassion. With many women hoping to break the glass ceiling in their careers and elsewhere, Queen Elizabeth II has shown women of all ages in the UK and around the world what is possible and that girls can truly run the world. In World War II, she joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service, ATS. It was here that defined her lifetime of service as she was registered, 2nd Subaltern Elizabeth Windsor. Her Grace spent 3 weeks with other recruits, learning about basic motor mechanics and how to drive a lorry. While Her Grace's life certainly wasn't without controversy, Queen Elizabeth II did a fantastic job of focusing on her role and staying out of the media. Of course, the late Princess Diana was always a focal point for the media and the public, whose formal relationship with the Queen was grotesquely publicized to be unsteady. The royal biographer, Andrew Morton, noted that Diana kept her distance from the Queen, but they always had respect for one another. Heading: God Save the King. As we welcome a new era with King Charles III as our ruler, we can only hope the traditions and values that Queen Elizabeth II shared with the world lives on. While there is certainly a fair amount of drama surrounding his family, the King is known for being a critical thinker, a bit of a comedian of sorts, a dancing tragic and a passionate climate activist. The public expects to see a slightly more modern approach in how he works, hopefully inspiring future generations to do more in protecting our planet. With the introduction of a king, the world watches on with bated breath to see if the old alpha male attitudes will frighteningly return to prominence. This could potentially bring with it a greater risk of global war and conflict, but hopefully, King Charles III will work to protect the peace and lead in a somewhat similar way as his mother did. Heading: A final farewell to the Queen. Queen Elizabeth II touched the lives of every single person living in the UK, as well as countless nations around the world. She gave unstinting service to our country and the Commonwealth for the last 70 years, and the tributes over the past few weeks have been a very fitting send-off for Her Majesty. While we look forward to seeing King Charles III and 2 kings to follow in succession, Queen Elizabeth II will be sorely missed by mostly everyone. God save the Queen. Additional intriguing articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Twitter, like and share our Facebook page and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article.
Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Twitter, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Workplace Health and Safety Cowboys: The Rise of Negligence in Workplace Management. Published on September 4, 2022, as the opinion of contributor Caroline Peters, a UK-based writer. The past few years have presented many challenges for workplace management teams in terms of health and safety in the workplace. While there's no denying that mitigating the risk of dangerous viruses in offices isn't an easy task, many companies have started to become negligent in their approach to health and safety within the workplace. Whether you are a concerned employee or looking for ways to improve your company's approach to health and safety, these are a few of the most common concerns observed over recent times. Heading: Management and Staff Treatment. A huge concern within many businesses is the way in which management treats staff. A cowboy culture has been allowed to dominate many workplaces, resulting in the mistreatment of staff who are concerned for their health and well-being. Management has often been negligent and reckless when waiting for government mandates to enforce the use of personal protective equipment, PPE, in the workplace. Instead of investing in PPE that they know would be useful for their workplace, a lack of respect and courtesy is shown to the employees within these organizations. Cost-cutting is another huge concern within businesses, especially with the challenges faced during the pandemic. However, this is no excuse for not protecting employees with good health and safety measures. Heading: The Workplace Health and Safety Act. The Workplace Health and Safety Act 2011, Queensland, is one example of a document which strives to guide businesses to eliminate health and safety risks. While it's not always possible to remove all risks from a workplace, management teams should work to minimize these risks coherently. There have been many incidents reported during recent times of companies allowing team members to enter the workplace with a dangerous virus. This is often due to a lack of support when it comes to medical treatment, or allowing team members to self-diagnose their current health concerns, often poorly. When they arrive at the office with a positive result, they can then infect other staff members. With many companies allowing employees to work from home, this offered one way to reduce the chance of transmission between team members. However, companies such as Apple are now forcing team members back to the office, putting them at higher risk of contracting a variety of illnesses. With new viruses now adding another concern for employees, workers would feel much happier being allowed the flexibility to choose where they work. The Century Foundation shared in regards to the higher risk in some industries than others. The jobs held by these workers put them in close contact with other workers and the public, and they are often given inadequate respirators or other personal protective equipment, PPE. The nursing and food production industries are two in particular, which have been hard hit by the pandemic, and employees around the world have suffered as a result of negligence from management teams. While medical teams have certainly been able to share their opinions on the topic, it seems that they too are unable to provide firm guidance for companies. With mixed messaging coming from government agencies around the world, it's no surprise we've seen so many days lost to sickness in the past few years. Health and safety is something that every business owner should have at the forefront of their mind regardless of whether we are in a pandemic or not. As employees return to offices around the world, we can only hope that operational management will support teams by providing the correct PPE and working flexibility adjustments to protect themselves moving forward, as well as holding negligent cowboys to account. The health and safety of staff and their dependents matter. More intriguing articles can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Apple's App Store and Google Play. Follow us on Twitter, like and share our Facebook page, and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles by subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article.
Welcome to Journey. You can support the Journey team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Receive notifications on Twitter and Facebook and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles on our YouTube channel. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Communist Fetish: Can an Imperious Economic Policy Alignment Sacrifice Democratic Values? Published on July 3, 2022 as the opinion of contributor, Albert Brooks. An accomplished researcher and article writer based in the UK. In recent years, there has been a significant rise in fetishism across the globe, particularly in countries like Australia, United States, France and the United Kingdom. An Asian fetish is a fascination with partners of an ethnically Han, East Asian background, particularly women. Experts believe this may stem from alt-right stereotypes that Asian women are subservient, and from depictions of Asian women in media such as manga and anime. Asian women face an increasing amount of fetish treatment on dating apps, which is often overlooked as racist stereotyping. This concerning situation almost identically mirrors the economic policy of supposedly modern democratic nations in recent times. Director of Foreign Policy in Focus at the Institute for Policy Studies, John Pfeffer wrote, "Capitalism and communism share one important principle in common, an almost religious devotion to economic growth. Communist authorities would manipulate the numbers in the event that a 5-year plan didn't result in the anticipated great leap forward. When a capitalist economy had a downturn, economists attempted to paint a positive picture of the ensuing creative destruction, claiming that it would pave the way for future growth to be even more robust. All international financial institutions are dedicated to expansion, even if it necessitates rejecting democratic valued options, e.g., India. Political leaders are concerned that people would protest at the polls, if they are unable to produce a rising arrow on graphs. Chinese retaliation against nations like Australia has increased in recent times. In 2020, Beijing imposed tariffs on Australian imports of barley and beef, after the Chinese ambassador expressed concerns that Australia was headed down a dangerous road. Heading: What is Han-centrism? Han-centrism is a type of hyper-nationalism present within China, born from the ethnocentric movement of the 1990s. Han culture is considered by many within China to be the most authentic or purest character and, as such, any deviation from that would tarnish the great Chinese legacy. Han chauvinistic nationalists believe that Western influence has diluted traditional Chinese customs, and desire to achieve their vision of Great Han or the real China. In modern times, Han-centrism is having a significant impact on social and political spheres, resulting in important consequences for the future of international politics and the global economy. The year 2001 represented a major turning point in Chinese nationalism, marking the start of the War on Terror. The Chinese Communist Party, CCP, proceeded to convince its populace of the need for strict security measures in certain regions, with the Uyghur ethnic minority being targeted in 2014, due to a terrorist group of suspected Uyghur separatists attacking the largest metro train station in Kunming, southwestern China. In total, 28 people were killed in the worst separatist, terrorist attack in China and another 113 people were wounded. This is a prime example of a multi-ethnic state pushing and legitimizing oppression of minorities. The CCP have been justifying the incarceration and indoctrination of the Uyghurs through a combination of Han-centrism, internal political control and the redefinition of Uyghur resistance to cultural assimilation as a security issue. Heading: Food for Thought. In 1987, the gross domestic product, GDP, of both China and India were almost equal. Ask yourself, why did modern democratic nations abandon economic development partnerships with democratic India for communist China? For more intriguing articles, can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Receive notifications on Twitter and Facebook and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles on our YouTube channel. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article. Welcome to Journey. You can support the Journey team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Receive notifications on Twitter and Facebook and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles on our YouTube channel. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Dear Conservative Media, Get a Heart and a World Map. Published on May 30, 2022 as the opinion of author, Shokil Sharma. Journey's founder and editor-in-chief with broad experience in technology, accounting, and consultancy. On the 3rd of January 2018, a prominent conservative Australian radio station ran a segment about an African gang crime problem in Australia. It featured the Federal Minister for Home Affairs at the time, Peter Dutton, whose controversial statements were publicly broadcast. The LNP Minister for Home Affairs in 2018 stated, if they, referring to Africans, have 10 or 12-year-olds wandering the streets at night committing these offences, deport them where we can. The segment was unethical in allowing the public broadcast of the minister's controversial statements on the possibility of deporting minority migrants and their families, based on the behaviour of young children. A more ethical public broadcaster would have alternatively framed the issue by focusing on using a more appropriate description, such as youth crime in Australia. This would have generated more appropriate awareness about the limitations of the Australian education system in a utilitarian way, addressing the specific needs of individual community members and the changes of traditional standards of upbringing, regarding parental guidance/assistance. The minister continued, people are scared to go out to restaurants at night time because they are followed home by these gangs, home invasions and cars being stolen. We just need to call it for what it is. Of course, it's African gang violence. The public broadcast continued to highlight more controversial statements from the federal member for Dixon, particularly exacerbating community fear. His statements peddled an egoistic narrative about the issue at hand. English philosopher, Thomas Hobbes, once stated, the identification that when people are driven by selfish desire, it is a good for an individual's self-interest and a bad in terms of what an individual may oppose. The broadcast of egoistic perspectives perpetuated a good self-interest to mischievously increase ratings and public support by purposely altering audience perception. The goal was to achieve a biased outcome for more responses from local councils, government and public calls for more action regarding security from police. Alarmingly, it contributed to a distorted sense of actual safety to the public, resulting in members of Melbourne's Sudanese Australian community voicing their concerns about how the media had made the public fear them. The Commercial Radio Code of Practice 3.1.1 states, "Present news accurately and impartially." By stating African gang violence, Peter Dutton created a public narrative of inaccurately blaming the entire continent of Africa, which consists of 54 unique countries with multiple ethnicities and languages. His targeted, dehumanizing, objectifying and blatantly racist statements failed to accurately identify and ethically categorize specific perpetrators during a public broadcast. The Media Entertainment and Arts Alliance Journalist Code of Ethics promotes to report and interpret honestly, striving for accuracy, fairness and disclosure of all essential facts. Biased media representations of melanin people, particularly from the African and South Asian continents as well as indigenous Australians, have been inaccurately presented as being members of a homogeneous single community, with no ethnic or linguistic boundaries identified and acknowledged. Natalie Crom from SBS wrote, "Australia's long history with racism has been particularly targeted towards First Nations people from the very first act of racism, the declaration of terra nullius, a blatant lie that was predicated upon ethnocentrism. Being assigned to a stereotype on the basis of a melanin appearance, occurs because of discriminatory ignorance from a hegemonic, intergenerational and privileged bias by the perceptions of an uncouth and unhinged society." Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative of universal law states, "Act only according to that maxim, a rule or principle of action, by which you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Satyanshu Mukherjee, Australian Institute of Criminology, found that a person's physical appearance being predicated on ethnicity, has no determination on the likelihood of being involved in violent crime. The misrepresentation of a migrant melanin community with an association of violence, was deemed unethical as per Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative of universal law. Evidently, the broadcast contained the maxim to ostracize a migrant melanin community with fear-mongering and stereotyping with an association of violence. The minister's statements placed a targeted emphasis on a community's physical appearance, being an attribute where melanin is present, where it is particularly noticeable, emphasized and identified in a discriminatory manner with the label of a non-Australian identity. Heading: Biased media coverage of crime consequentially distorts the public's perception of the specific details about the crime. Intense coverage of particularly violent crimes, although rare in real life, may appear to be occurring everywhere. An excessive biased media coverage regarding violent crime generates fear and a distorted sense of actual safety. Consequentially, this alters the public perception and puts pressure on security responses from local councils, government and calls for more policing. The concerning depiction of migrant melanin communities in crime reporting tends to expand and heighten the fear and impact of media coverage beyond standard crime reporting. When the media reinforces the public's perception about crime by using stereotypes of melanin people, these perceptions manifest into a heightened state of fear. Heading: Threats of deportations under character test grounds are forms of punishment. Biased media coverage, both online and offline, has bolstered anti-immigration sentiment and has fed, in no small part, the rise of centre-right and fringe far-right anti-immigration groups as well as lone wolf white supremacist individuals with terrifying consequences. Alternative framing of controversial issues, an active focus on less generalized labels and descriptions and greater contextual awareness of important issues can achieve a better presentation of information without unethical discrepancies. People are not colors. People are nationalities and ethnicities. Full citations can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Receive notifications on Twitter and Facebook and access our text-to-speech versions of our articles on our YouTube channel. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article.
Welcome to Journey. You can support the Journey team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Receive notifications on Twitter and Facebook, and listen to our text-to-speech versions from our articles on our YouTube channel. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Reality Bites: Global Finance's Shock and Awe. Published on April 28, 2022, as the opinion of contributor, Andrea. A content writer with a master's degree in journalism, covering topics from various areas, including finances. These days, we cannot help but notice that compared to previous years, finances seem to be direr. The pandemic caused people to tap into their savings, and the war in Ukraine is causing even more financial strain. We are all feeling the effects of rising inflation and prices. Let's just say, it doesn't feel too good. Where are we right now, and how have recent events affected our finances? Can we keep up with today's prices, or is everything going to get even worse? We cannot say for certain how things are going to change in the future, but what we can say about the present is that reality bites. Heading: Energy surge and fuel prices. Perhaps one of the greatest economic shocks is the increase in fuel prices. Over the past 2 years, oil and fuel prices have nearly doubled in price, commodities that are heavily influenced by the war between Russia and Ukraine. Russia produces around 10% of global oil, as well as 1/3 of the gas delivered to European countries. However, while relatively dependent on Russian gas, the conflict in Ukraine caused the EU to think about cutting gas imports by 2/3. Britain also announced that they will phase out Russian oil by the time 2022 turns a corner, while U.S. President Joe Biden announced the banning of energy imports from Russia. The news has caused global citizens to panic by high amounts of gas, forming never-ending car lines at fuel stations all over the world. This global action caused even more shortages, especially along the Colonial Pipeline route, as gas reserves at the station were depleted. Heading: Soaring inflation. With all the shortages caused by recent events, the world has gone through soaring inflation. When consumers go grocery shopping, they notice that the price for their regular basket is now nearly double the amount they used to pay in the past. At the same time, income levels do not seem to change much if at all, which can significantly affect living standards of many people. A prime example is Sri Lanka, for instance, currently going through arguably its worst economic disaster. People are having trouble with fuel and other products on the market. There are empty newspaper stalls, simply because there isn't enough paper to print them. Restaurants and food vendors are going down because they cannot find the ingredients they need for their products. While Australia saw 3.5% inflation in March, Sri Lanka hit 18.7%. The country is now facing huge debt, caused by tax cuts, years of government loans, COVID-19 restrictions, and now, the trickle-down global economics from the war in Ukraine. Many of the global supply chains have already been affected by China's COVID-19 pandemic. Due to lockdowns, commerce was heavily restricted, causing business owners to lose more money than ever. With even more international supply chains being interrupted by the war, global prices soared drastically, causing global economic fallout. Heading: Stock market volatility. The stock market also saw quite a number of changes ever since the pandemic started. In the first few months of 2020, panic started among stockholders, causing them to sell stocks rapidly, but no one was buying. This led to the stock market crash of 2020, with stocks dropping by 12% in just one day. The stock market quickly recovered, the crash lasting only a few months. Experts also warn that a recurrence may happen in 2022. Since the war in Ukraine began, imports and exports have been troublesome, with tensions growing throughout the entire world. In the first few months of 2022, stock benchmarks dropped by 4.6%, with finance specialists predicting that we are nearing a recession scenario. Heading: Soaring wheat, grain, and metal prices. Wheat and grain have also begun soaring in prices. Russia and Ukraine accounted for around 30% of globally traded wheat, and while there are existing reserves from previous shipments, the future remains boldly uncertain. With crops having been destroyed in Ukraine and production coming to a halt, along with imports banned from Russia, the world's wheat reserve is becoming narrower by the day. This has caused the price of wheat and wheat-based products to rise. With people panic buying products all over the Middle East and the world, the prices are soaring even more as supply depletes. The Russian invasion has made it difficult for global supplies to be replenished, raising concerns for what may be about to transpire. Metal prices have also jumped, especially amidst the Ukraine and Russia war. Metals and minerals increased by nearly 50% in 2021, some even more than others. This has caused a variety of consumer goods to skyrocket in price, from construction and electronics to everyday cookware. Heading: Where to from here? Considering everything that we've been forced to deal with these last couple of years, it's not unusual for people to think that we are nearing a global recession. However, many finance specialists have assured that we have not reached that stage yet. The global situation is looking uncertain as Europe's war unfolds as of now and into the near future. Full citations can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Receive notifications on Twitter and Facebook, and listen to our text-to-speech versions from our articles on our YouTube channel. Our website is wejuni.com. End of article.
Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Our website is wejuni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is New RAT Race, the Rapid Antigen Test. Published on January 21, 2022 as the opinion of contributor, Seb Jenkins. A respected author, designer and journalist from the United Kingdom. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, nations across the world were rushing to develop and release rapid antigen tests to the general public. They would allow people to test themselves within the comfort of their own homes, thus granting the independent opportunity of self-governance when it comes to detecting and tracking the coronavirus. However, access and effectiveness of the rapid antigen tests have differed from country to country, with some still struggling to use it to its full potential. The New South Wales government recently announced in Australia that $1,000 fines would be handed out to anyone who does not register their rapid antigen test results within 24 hours, even though this is a rule that is extremely difficult to enforce. After all, how do you know when someone has taken a rapid antigen test in their own home accurately and successfully? Reports have also revealed that rapid antigen tests may be handed out at Australian schools, while a Dine and Discover style voucher program may be released, to convince people to use the tests. In fact, the Australian federal government had just bought up to $62 million worth of rapid antigen tests in order to cope with extreme urgency or events unforeseen. This was also expected to help with the government's promise to provide free tests to low-income families. Up until now in Australia, rapid antigen tests have often cost between $10 and $20 per single test, available for purchase at chemists and supermarkets since November 2021, and sold in packs of 2, 5, 10, or more. Despite calls for free tests nationwide, the Australian Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has resisted pleas and confirmed that rapid antigen tests will not be free for everyone. He stated, "We've invested hundreds of billions of dollars getting Australia through this crisis. But we're now in a stage of the pandemic where you can't just make everything free because, when someone tells you they want to make something free, someone's always going to pay for it and it's going to be you." Eyebrows were raised when it was revealed that $3.5 billion was found in the budget for the Brisbane-born Defence Minister, Peter Dutton, to spend on 120 military tanks and other armoured vehicles from the United States, but there was no spare cash for vital rapid antigen tests. However, some countries have managed to pull off just that, with the United Kingdom providing their rapid antigen tests for free to everyone, ever since their widespread release. It was originally announced that millions of tests would be available twice weekly for people across the country in order to detect cases, break chains, and save lives. There are also concerns about the effectiveness of the rapid antigen tests themselves, with some reports suggesting they are not always accurate and can offer false negatives or positives. This is especially the case when you consider they are being administered by the public themselves, rather than trained professionals. When compared to the more rigorous and accurate PCR test, the RAT becomes sketchy at best. Dr. William Schaffner, a professor of preventive medicine, Department of Health Policy, and professor of medicine, Division of Infectious Diseases from the Vanderbilt University Medical Center, stated, "The rapid test has the obvious advantage of having results available within 15 minutes, but it is not as sensitive as the PCR test. That is, it can register as negative when the person is still shedding small amounts of virus. This is particularly true within the first couple of days after exposure, when there is not enough virus in the nose to turn the test positive. Nonetheless, the rapid test can be useful when gathering with vaccinated family and friends to provide an additional measure of comfort and reassurance." So as it stands, it appears as though free rapid antigen tests are allegedly inaccurate, and quite difficult to acquire, unless you live in the UK or are the best tennis player in the world. Full citations can be found on the article via our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Our website is wejuni.com. End of article. Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading the smartphone application. Available now on the Google Play Store. Our website is wejurni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Immortal Legacy, Benji Marshall Saved International Rugby League. Published on October 29, 2021 as the opinion of author, Shakil Sharma. A writer with a background in technology, accounting, and consultancy. Shakil is a Fiji-born Australian, and is the sole founder and editor-in-chief of Juni. On Wednesday, 6th of October 2021, one of the greatest rugby league careers in modern times, came to an end. Benjamin Quentin Benji Marshall, a dreamer from the small New Zealand town of Whakatane, played 19 exhilarating seasons in the National Rugby League. While much coverage has been given to his tremendous contribution at club level, his enduring legacy had a far greater impact on International Rugby League's modern rejuvenation, particularly in the Oceania region. The Australian Kangaroos had been dominating International Rugby League for many decades. If you weren't a Kangaroos supporter, a test match was seen as an ominous burden on the game as a whole, with predictable score lines and one-sided demoralizing encounters. In 2005, Benji Marshall made his International Rugby League debut for New Zealand, with an eye-catching display that was highlighted as a major positive for the Kiwis. Later in that same year, a spirited New Zealand side, led by the inspirational Hall of Famer, Stacey Jones, defeated the Kangaroos, 24-0 in Leeds to win the Tri-Nations final. It was this pivotal victory that built momentum for Kiwi players like Benji to be inspired to become the #1 team in International Rugby League. After a series of concerning shoulder complications that almost ended his rugby league career prematurely, a triumphant 2005 NRL Premiership victory with the West Tigers put Benji back on rugby league's centre stage. In 2008, Benji's greatest and arguably most revered career achievement in the eyes of Kiwi fans, occurred at rugby league's pinnacle. In a World Cup warm-up test against Tonga, Marshall scored 2 tries and started all 5 of the Kiwis' matches at the Australia-hosted tournament. He scored a match-sealing try in the 32-22 semi-final victory over England, before achieving greatness in the 34-20 upset victory against the conquering Kangaroos in the auspicious World Cup final. New Zealand had finally ended Australia's 33-year domination at World Cups in what many would have considered an impossible sporting feat. The Kiwis installed Marshall as their new captain in 2009, leading New Zealand on its Four Nations tour of England and France at the end of the year. He won the Rugby League International Federation's 5/8 of the year, beating the great Darren Lockyer of Australia. In 2010, at the peak of his powers, Marshall asserted himself yet again with a try and kicked 4 goals in the Four Nations opening win over England in Wellington. He booted another 8 goals against Papua New Guinea in Rotorua and skillfully assisted with 2 tries and 4 goals against Australia at Eden Park. However, it was in the final where Marshall almost single-handedly lifted his side to a 16-12 triumph over the Kangaroos as the Kiwis were victorious again at Suncorp Stadium. Marshall capped off the stellar year winning the Golden Boot Award as the world's best rugby league player. One major area that the NRL has not mastered as other professional sports has been the professional acknowledgement and marketing of iconic superstars of the game, especially from a particular cultural background. At present, approximately 50% of all NRL players have Pacific Islander heritage and in pre-pandemic modern times, have been the backbone to the financial rejuvenation of both domestic and international rugby league. With the NRL recently announcing a 17th team from southeastern Queensland will join the competition in 2023, a significant section of the rugby league community can only ponder at the missed opportunity of a potential second New Zealand NRL team, based in either Wellington or Christchurch. Unfortunately, Benji Marshall will be remembered as the greatest rugby league player to have never played a State of Origin match. From 2006 onwards, had the NRL been adequately organised and inclusive for another Pacific expansion, with a supportive marketing campaign around Benji Marshall in his prime of 18 straight appearances as Kiwi captain, a thriving New Zealand Rugby League derby would exist today. With the NRL's harsh stance on State of Origin eligibility, actively discriminating against players with a passion of representing Pacifica heritage on the international stage, a potential New Zealand North versus South Rugby League derby could have filled the void. Towards the twilight of his representative career, in the 2019 mid-season test against a talented Tongan side at Mount Smart Stadium, Marshall's emotional stand during the New Zealand national anthem and traditional haka showed his teammates and future generations the gravitas of representing the New Zealand Kiwis. He displayed a strong performance at halfback in the 34-14 win. When he was named Kiwis captain at the end of the season for the tests against Australia and Great Britain, he beat Gary Freeman's record for most tests as Kiwi captain and equalled Kurt Sorensen for longest Kiwi international career. As the 2021 Rugby League World Cup is delayed to 2022 due to the pandemic, there is no doubt in acknowledging that renewed interest in international rugby league is from the modern success of players from Pacific nations, led by the New Zealand Kiwis and more recently, Tonga, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, and Samoa. Legends win premierships, immortals save entire sports formats with rejuvenating, inspiring, and memorable performances that pull crowds through the turnstiles into stadiums. The dreamer from Whakatane deserves to become the NRL's first Pacific immortal. For more intriguing articles from experienced writers, download our smartphone application. Available now on the Google Play Store. Our website is wejourney.com. End of article.
Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play. Our website is wejuni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Don't Call Me Baby, the Texas Heartbeat Act. Published on September 21, 2021, as the opinion of contributor Caroline Peters, a writer based in the United Kingdom, located in Bournemouth, Dorset, with interests including travel, culture, and fitness. Over the past few weeks, the Texas Heartbeat Act has divided communities both in the American state and around the world. This extreme abortion law came into effect on September 1, 2021, becoming the strictest law against abortion in the United States to date. Heading: What is the Texas Heartbeat Act? The Texas Heartbeat Act came into effect at the start of September and prohibits abortions performed in the state of Texas from as early as 6 weeks. At this time, many women don't even know they are pregnant, which is why it has caused so much shock and anger in the state and the U.S. as a whole. The bill essentially bans the right to an abortion when a heartbeat is detected by an ultrasound procedure, which can be as early as 6 weeks into a pregnancy. However, there was plenty of support for this decision, and the Texas Heartbeat Act is a milestone moment for opponents of the procedure. They include predominantly evangelical extremists, approximately 2/3 of Republican supporters, and pro-life groups. Heading: Roe v. Wade, 1973. In 1973, the Supreme Court made a landmark decision ruling that the Constitution of the United States would protect a pregnant woman's choice about abortion. It supported a woman's liberty and gave them the choice to have an abortion without excessive government restriction. The state of Texas has taken a unique approach to disregard the Roe v. Wade ruling. It's estimated that over 85% of the abortions that were previously performed in the state are now outlawed, due to the fact that those who aided in the procedures are now subject to lawsuits. Some providers have been forced to stop these operations altogether for fear of financial ruin. Although there are no known lawsuits since the law came into place, there is much fear as it's only a matter of time. Heading: Reactions from across the country. The news of the Texas Heartbeat Act spread quickly across the world, creating shock and devastation within communities. U.S. President Biden spoke out to say that the bill blatantly violates the constitutional right established under Roe v. Wade, and that it will impair a woman's access to health care. He is aware of the challenges that women of color and individuals with low income face with this new law, and he says that his administration is committed to defending and protecting women under Roe v. Wade. Medical experts were also shocked by the decision due to the fact that the term heartbeat is incredibly misleading because, during that early stage of development, embryos don't even possess a heart. As someone who lives outside of the United States, this news has still shocked women such as myself. As reiterated earlier, while it seems no court cases have currently taken place as a result of the Texas Heartbeat Act, it's only a matter of time. I can only hope that the country as a whole will protect women in Texas and override these laws that have come into place there. It's a tragic story to witness in this day and age, and one we can only hope won't repeat itself elsewhere in the country, or even reverberate around the world. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on Google Play and the Juni website, wejuni.com. End of article.
Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on the Google Play Store. Our website is wejuni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is, "Come Fly With Me, Staffing Issues Plague the Airline Industry." Published on August 10, 2021 as the opinion of contributor, Juni Adderley. An aviation writer, photographer and audio engineer with experience as a private pilot and aircraft dispatcher. Working for a large airline was once considered a prestigious job. The glamour and high pay of jet setting across the world and being involved in very technical operations was highly desired. Employees would often spend their whole career at one airline. Nowadays, the desire of the average professional has changed. More flexibility is desired, and in the often fast-paced and stressful environment of an airline, this results in higher turnover rates and staffing issues. Airlines require many different employees that are critical to safety and efficient operations. These shortages in skilled employees have caused many operational challenges, such as cancelled flights. With the pandemic factored in, we can see a major issue that airlines are fighting to resolve quickly. American Airlines has had to cancel close to 950 flights in July this year due to crew shortages. They simply did not have enough pilots to operate all the flights. Additionally, many travelers are excited to be able to travel again, making travel demand grow faster than some airlines can accommodate. Hiring and training new flight crews is not a simple or quick task. It takes quite a while to get a new flight crew hired and up to speed on a specific airline's operation, and to become trained on a new aircraft. On the other side of the globe, Australian airliner, Qantas and its subsidiary, Jetstar Airways, are suffering staffing issues in their own unique way. Close to 2,500 Qantas and Jetstar Airways employees are being temporarily laid off with no pay. This could last up to 2 months and is in direct response to a flurry of new COVID-19 cases throughout Australia. These new cases have caused a sudden and major drop in demand due to COVID-19 restrictions all over the country. Pilots, flight attendants, ground support staff and airport staff will all be affected. Amidst all of the confusion, Qantas also found itself embroiled in a battle with the Transport Workers Union over outsourcing 2,000 ground workers' jobs. The union believes Qantas wanted to outsource the jobs in order to prevent ground workers from taking industrial action. They are saying Qantas is using the difficulties caused by the COVID-19 pandemic as a scapegoat. Despite all of this, the Transport Workers Union won a partial victory in court against Qantas. Even though travel demand is bouncing back, airlines like American Airlines are having trouble accommodating the quick surge. It shows that pilot shortage is still real and in general, the airline industry has major staffing issues. Furthermore, new COVID outbreaks are forcing airlines to make difficult decisions regarding current staff, often ending in court battles with workers' unions and layoffs. For more insightful articles from experienced contributors, you can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application. Available now on the Google Play Store or via the Juni website, wejuni.com. End of article. Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading the smartphone application. Available now on the Google Play Store. Our website is wejurni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Taming of the Shrew, the Ethical Dilemma of the Vaccine Rollout. Published on June 17, 2021 as the opinion of contributor, Seb Jenkins. An accomplished author, designer and freelance journalist from the United Kingdom. As we head towards the tail end of the COVID-19 crisis across the world, governments from various countries are now rolling out vaccines to the public. However, there is a clear disparity between this rollout even amongst developed countries. More than 2.22 billion vaccine doses have been handed out across the world so far, almost equaling 3 doses for every 10 people on the planet. Places like the UK, Israel, the USA and the UAE all have a high rate of vaccine doses administered per 100 people in comparison to countries like Australia and New Zealand, which have a relatively low rate of vaccine doses administered. In the UK, 103 doses have been administered per 100 people, with a fully vaccinated rate of 42%. In Israel, there have been 117 doses per 100 people, with a fully vaccinated rate of 57%. In the USA, these figures are 92 per 142%. Therefore, why are developed countries like Australia lagging behind with just 23 doses administered per 100 people and a fully vaccinated rate of 2.8%? Vaccine hesitancy, a result of exploitation and miscommunication. The public trust and acceptance of the vaccines are crucial to their success. Ultimately, if the general public does not trust and believe in the vaccine, they are far less likely to opt in for them. This feeling of hesitancy can stem from 2 places: exploitation and miscommunication. If governments are not effectively spreading the correct message about the vaccine, then people will simply not know about it or favor a tendency to not prioritize it altogether. Similarly, if anti-vaxxers are more effectively campaigning against the vaccine, then a similar effect will occur. When it comes to exploitation, one prime example comes in the form of how the Indian government has framed the problem posed by COVID-19. The poor have been at best an afterthought, at worst, expendable damage. Should the lives of vulnerable members of the community have an equal or even greater value than the lives of ordinary people? Some varieties of communitarian political thought suggest that the way in which nations care for their own vulnerable people is an indication of the moral character of that society. Global traffic light system. Effective strategy or global caste system. International travel is reopening using a proposed global traffic light system, essentially categorizing countries based on how safe they are to travel to, for example, green being good and red being bad. However, there is an argument that opening flights and travel could also open countries to new strains of the virus, which would effectively put the current vaccine rollouts at risk. It comes down to whether economical travel is more important than safety guarantees. The irony of the herd immunity approach is that all of these justice frameworks center around a morally relevant goal. Most ethicists agree that the number one goal in COVID vaccine distribution should be to minimize deaths by protecting those most at risk of severe illness. The implications of this goal are to vaccinate healthcare providers first, who are necessary to save lives, followed by populations at high risk of dying from the virus. Vaccine passports for international travel make sense, but a domestic rollout could be unethical. Vaccine passports are essentially documents that show whether or not you have been vaccinated. Of course, when traveling from country to country, it makes sense to know whether someone is carrying, or at risk of catching the virus. However, introducing these on a domestic level could breed discontent, due to the unethical nature of the plan. Essentially, it would open the world back up to those who were vaccinated, typically the older population, while everyone else continued to be governed by strict measures. Bearing in mind that the youth of today gave up 1 to 2 years of their lives, despite not being at too much risk of the COVID-19 virus. Allowing everyone else to go about their lives again, while they still wait for a vaccination, would surely be seen as unfair. Embedded citations can be found on our smartphone application. Available now on the Google Play Store. End of article. Welcome to Juni. You can support the Juni team by downloading our smartphone application, available now on the Google Play Store. Start of article. The title of the article is God is My Help, Remembering Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. Published on April 27, 2021 as the opinion of contributor, Caroline Peters. A UK-based writer, located in Bournemouth, Dorset. With interests in travel, culture, and fitness. As the Queen and the nation bid farewell to Prince Philip, his funeral service reflected the Duke's early years. A fitting tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh, celebrating his naval experience, past achievements and service. As he is laid to rest, we acknowledge the life and times of Prince Philip, and the highlights that stand out from his long life and service to the country. While most of the world associates Prince Philip with the United Kingdom's royal family, he was born into the Greek and Danish royal families. His rich royal heritage required him to give up one of his titles in order to marry the future queen. At the age of just 18 months, his family was exiled from his birthplace in Greece. Enjoying an education in France, Great Britain, and Germany, Prince Philip joined the Royal Navy at the tender age of 18 in 1939. His upbringing certainly brought about some interesting stories over the years, with a brother-in-law of Prince Philip acting as a high-ranking officer within the Nazi SS. However, while the Duke's ancestors included royalty from Germany, Denmark, Russia, and Greece, his loyalty was always firmly held with the British. In fact, it was uncovered that under an Act of Parliament dating back to 1705, Philip was actually a British subject, as he descended from Sophia of Hanover. Throughout his life, Prince Philip was seen as a constant supporter of Queen Elizabeth II, and the British public certainly adopted him as one of their own. Prince Philip is often seen by the public as the grandfather of the nation. Before retiring at the age of 96, he carried out an incredible 22,000 public engagements. One of the most notable legacies that he left for the young British public is the creation of the Duke of Edinburgh Award. Encouraging young people since 1956 to serve their community and explore the outdoors, this award will continue to live on in his name, and the scheme is still enjoyed by thousands of youngsters each year. While Prince Philip is generally remembered very fondly by the public, there have been a few controversies during his life. He was often caught making statements on race, gender, and religion. These racist and degrading remarks were often brushed off as light jokes, but they are not something to be taken lightly in this day and age. When the British royal family is in the spotlight for other concerns surrounding racism, this unfortunate side of his personality taints his otherwise fondly remembered life. The service on Saturday was a fitting tribute to the man who dedicated over 70 years of his life to the British public. Serving alongside Queen Elizabeth II for so many years, most of the British public will remember him fondly for his support for both the nation and our royal family. His warm and friendly personality, and the stamp he has left on our country, will always be remembered, and he will be sorely missed by everyone whose life he touched. His coat of arms states, God is my help. Additional intriguing articles and content can be found on our smartphone application, available now on the Google Play Store.
Welcome to Journey. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Bad Seed, Australia's March for Justice. Published on April 1, 2021, as the opinion of contributor, Alexa. A graduate in journalism and integrated marketing communications. On March 15, 2021, hundreds of people flocked to numerous towns and cities in Australia to protest against various allegations of sexual assault and harassment against women perpetrated in one of the highest offices in the country. The protests, dubbed the March for Justice, expressed many women's frustrations and demands for justice over emerging cases of women allegedly being taken advantage of in the country's parliament. One very vivid case was of Brittany Higgins, a former political advisor who came forward with allegations of having been raped in a minister's office in 2019. Her revelation inspired many more women who have faced various sexual injustices to come out and share their stories too. The March for Justice rally shed light on the anger of many women over a disturbing increase in sexual and gender-based violence against them. The ever-growing culture of toxic masculinity has given these perpetrators the audacity to harm women and promote these injustices. Furthermore, to add insult to injury, there seems to be a very high level of laxity in holding those responsible accountable, especially when they hold senior government positions. A case that triggered the March for Justice involved the now former Attorney General of Australia, Christian Porter, accused of allegedly raping Catherine Thornton in 1988, a case which had been closed by police. Many women in Australia are feeling unsafe in environments that are expected to be very safe for them normally. Sexual violence within Parliament, a place where laws against this are discussed and made, is poignantly shameful. A petition was tabled to lawmakers that entailed demands focusing on enhancing equality. It highlighted the need to ensure that independent investigations are launched on numerous cases, and the implementation of a report by the National Inquiry into Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces, a 2020. Workplace violence against women seems to be on the rise in Australia. An increased tendency of victim shaming, particularly towards women, had also inspired the March for Justice. In light of these issues, the quota representation of women is needed now more than ever, since via this way, women's voices will be elevated and heard at a national level. More articles can be found on the Journey website, wejourney.com.
Welcome to Journey. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Safety and Efficiency, Are We Looking After Aviators? Published on March 1, 2021 as the opinion of contributor, Juni Adderley. Born and raised in the Bahamas, Juni is an aviation writer, photographer and audio engineer with a private pilot and aircraft dispatcher certificate. Professional pilots are highly trained and motivated individuals. In a technical profession such as aviation, there are issues that are faced which must be dealt with during every operation. These issues affect safety and efficiency and therefore, are very important for both operators and pilots to be acutely aware of the hazards they bring. Currently, there is a lack of supportive talent available. What this means is that there are not enough qualified pilots to fill various roles throughout the industry, causing a pilot shortage. This puts extra pressure on employers and their pilots to maintain their schedules. Often, this results in what would be the second most common issue faced. Fatigue is a general lack of alertness and degradation in mental and physical performance. When pilots are not given adequate rest or worked to the point where fatigue becomes common, safety becomes compromised. People become stressed quicker when fatigued, and it is known that being very tired has a dramatic effect on cognitive and motor skills, almost similar to being drunk. An often overlooked issue is documentation. The amount of paperwork to be read and credentials needed to be up to date for professional pilots can become overwhelming. As technology advances further, many tasks have become automated and paperless. However, confusion still sometimes arises with pilots trying to interpret flight manuals or having to go through lines and lines of notem text. More simplicity is needed in pilot documentation to prevent confusion. Emotional stress is an issue that over the last 2 decades has been getting more attention when pertaining to technical professions. Pilots have many important tasks and items to remember and perform correctly on every single flight. Stress from emotions can cause psychological pressure that has shown to distract or cause pilots to forget essential tasks or make reckless decisions. Aviation is practically at the forefront of technological advancement. Most cutting-edge technology begins in the aviation industry, and eventually filters down to consumer products in some shape or form. With this being the case, pilots have to constantly update themselves on new technological trends within the industry. This can be an issue since everyone's learning pace and technological literacy are at different levels. Keeping up with these trends has also brought the challenge of pilots learning how to use new technology. In some cases, there is not enough time to fully understand how they can fully affect the flight. The work of a pilot is one that is forever evolving. The issues pilots face are not fresh, however, new insights into them can help bring more awareness of the risks they bring to flight safety. Full citations can be found on the Journey website, wejourney.com. End of article. Welcome to Journey. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Build Back Better, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution. Published on December 22, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Seb Jenkins. An author, designer and journalist from the United Kingdom. In mid-November, British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson outlined his 10-point plan to start a green industrial revolution, focusing on measures to reduce carbon emissions by transforming the motor vehicle industry to electric only by a target of the year 2030. Not only this, But in carrying out such a plan, the PM believes that 250,000 British jobs can be created and supported within this industry. The Prime Minister had this to say on his aims: "Although this year has taken a very different path to the one we expected, I haven't lost sight of our ambitious plans to level up across the country. My 10-point plan will create, support and protect hundreds of thousands of green jobs, whilst making strides towards net zero by 2050. Our green industrial revolution will be powered by the wind turbines of Scotland and the North East, propelled by the electric vehicles made in the Midlands and advanced by the latest technologies developed in Wales, so we can look ahead to a more prosperous, greener future." Johnson's 10-point plan is as follows. 1. Offshore wind. The PM aims to produce enough offshore wind by 2030 to power every single home in Britain, a level that lies 4 times higher than the country's current output. In doing so, he also hopes to support 60,000 jobs. 2. Hydrogen. By 2030, Johnson wants to generate 5 gigawatts of low-carbon hydrogen to be used within the industry sector. He also wants to create the first hydrogen-heated town in the next 10 years. 3. Nuclear. Supporting 10,000 jobs in the process, Johnson wants to advance nuclear energy as a clean source, while also creating the next wave of small reactors. 4. Electric vehicles. The British PM wants to accelerate the transition to electric vehicles, while also adjusting infrastructure to support them. 5. Transport. Investment in zero-emission public transport, while also working to make walking and cycling more attractive options. 6. Green maritime. Supporting industries that find it hard to reduce on carbon emissions by funding research. 7. Buildings. By 2030, Johnson wants homes to be greener. He wants to create 50,000 new jobs during this time, while also installing 600,000 heat pumps per year by 2028. 8. Carbon. The PM wants to become a global leader in capturing and storing emissions, keeping them away from the atmosphere, targeting 10 megatons of carbon dioxide by 2030. 9. Nature. Johnson wants to plant 30,000 hectares of new trees each year, a process that will also create jobs. 10. Finance. The PM wants to develop new technology in order to make London an international hub of green finance. In response to Mr. Johnson's announcement, UK-based fleet management provider, Zenith, revealed that 1/3 of its new car orders are currently electric vehicles. The BVR Relay also made a statement, revealing that all members remained dedicated to decarbonising, but many were struggling with the resulting costs and access to electric cars. For more articles that support independent journalism, please visit our Journey website, wejourney.com. End of article. Welcome to Journey. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Empire Born, The Gometeers of Fiji. Published on November 6, 2020 as the opinion of author, Shakil. A freelance writer with broad experience in technology, accounting, and consultancy. Matan Khan defines culture as a complex whole that encompasses attributes of knowledge, belief, art, law, morals, customs and any other capabilities and habits acquired by humans as members of society. Additionally, within a culture, there exist subgroups, known as a subculture. Subcultures have their own values, customs, traditions and other ways of behavior that are peculiar to a particular group within a culture. However, Fine and Kleinman had previously stated that subculture, despite the term's wide usage in sociology, had not proved to be a satisfactory explanatory concept. They had identified several problems, including the confusion between subculture and subsociety, the lack of a meaningful referent for subculture, the homogeneity and stasis associated with the concept of subculture, and the emphasis on defining subcultures in terms of values and central themes. It is because of these various issues to categorize cultural identity. The importance of the validity of appropriate legal identification documentation is paramount to formally explain a person's identity. The Gurmitias of Fiji will have a family ancestor with a birth certificate that is Fijian and have South Asian, predominantly Dravidian, genetics. They have been in Fiji for 141 years, however, they were not born nor raised in South Asia, due to the impacts of the colonial British Empire. The outcome for the Gurmitia people has been to endure significant discrimination on many occasions about their appearance and a conflicted cultural identity. Gurmitia is derived from the word agreement and is defined from the history of colonialism, with many culturally indigenous peoples' lives around the world being significantly impacted. Past and present colonial governments have not only deprived indigenous peoples of their land and resources, but prevented self-identification through imposed discriminatory administrative definitions and orders. Ethnocentrism has been defined as a belief in the superiority of one's own ethnic and cultural group. The ethnocentric exertion of a colonial conqueror's privilege by applying homogeneous stereotypes, forced religious conversions, ethnic cleansing and incited terrorism upon traditional cultural identities. Colonialism stemming from ethnocentrism has caused many divisive issues. The homogeneous labeling of human beings with the dehumanizing use of color categories, and discriminatory religious interpretations such as the biblical curse of Noah's son, Ham, have resulted in slavery, discrimination and the intergenerational disadvantage of melanin people and their cultural identities. Colonialism resulted in many indigenous people being displaced and traumatized in foreign lands. Bridgelal wrote an essay entitled Kunti's Cry, in remembrance of a young South Asian woman's misfortune. Kunti rejected the sexual advances of her colonial European overseer and jumped into a nearby river to escape his unwanted intentions. She was saved from drowning, but she was deeply traumatized by the ordeal. The empire's racial capitalism derived a workforce that bound human labor in the Caribbean, Southern, and East Asia, Africa, and both Central and North America. It was started by Sir Arthur Gordon, the first substantive governor of the colony from 1875 to 1880, to meet the shortage of labor caused by the prohibition of commercial employment of the indigenous Fijians and by the increasing uncertainty and cost of the Polynesian labor trade. Prasad explains the indentured labor system differed from slavery because workers were hired for periods of 5 years. However, it was still a system based on the evils of deceit and exploitation. Workers were lied to with raised expectations of guaranteed wealth awaiting them in Fiji. Some of the workers were told that Fiji was near South Asia, that the nature of the work varied, and they could return in 5 years with an accrued fortune. It didn't take much time to realize that they had become victims of blackbirding. In 1879, the voyage of the colonial British vessel Leonidas brought the first South Asian indentured laborers to Fiji. In the second ship Barra, and third ship Puna, bound for Fiji in 1882, there was resistance as 15 people lost their lives. In 1884, the vessel, Syria, had a much worse fate as its shipwreck cost the lives of 56 would-be immigrant Fijians of South Asian ancestry. Bridgelal stated that colonialism institutionalized negative alterity practices in Fiji between immigrant Fijians and indigenous Fijians. It can be traced to the divide-and-rule institution of British colonial practice throughout its empire. Government policy did nothing to encourage the two groups to cross each other's boundary. The divide between the two communities that resulted from culture, language, and religion were exacerbated by colonial government policy. The exposure between immigrant Fijians and indigenous Itokai and Rotuman Fijians was limited by colonial strategy. This is a prime example of the communication accommodation theory. Colonial non-accommodation forced communicators of different ethnicities, languages, etc. to maintain social distance from others by accentuating differences. After initially arriving as immigrants of varying homogeneous sub-societies with specific cultural and religious backgrounds from abroad, the new Fijian Gurmitia subculture was born. For 141 years, Fijian Gurmitia has evolved into a specifically unique cultural identity that is heterogeneous and multi-faith, resulting from over a century of domestic births, naturalization, and language dialects with British, Italki/Rotuman and South Asian cultural influences. Fiji's independence from England was achieved on 10 October 1970. Constitution amendments in 1977 denied Fijian Gurmitias to be excluded from government and managerial administrative positions with the rise of indigenous Fijian ethnocentrism. With the eventual emergence of ethno-nationalism, Fijian Gurmitias suffered a staggering rise in abuse, harassment, persecution and violence. With the impending threat of communal violence erupting into the possibility of brutal ethnic cleansing, many Gurmitias made the heartfelt and preemptive decision to leave their birthplace and family home of many years and emigrate overseas for the survival, safety and security of their lives. The Honorable Fiji Prime Minister, Vok Bainimarama stated, "Fiji is the home of the descendants of Gurmitias. A home that cannot be taken away from them." On May 4, 2019, while speaking at the 140 Years of Gurmitias celebration event at Albert Park, Fiji's Prime Minister paid tribute to the great sacrifice and contribution of the Gurmitia people towards nation building in Fiji, stating that the journey of Gurmitias is not only a story of tremendous tragedy, but of great hope. Full citations can be found on the Journey website, wejourney.com. End of article. Welcome to Journey. Our website is wejourney.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Tech Giants at War, Epic Games vs. Apple. Published on October 2, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Seb Jenkins. Author, designer and freelance journalist from the United Kingdom. The unrelenting legal war between Apple and Epic Games continues to rumble on this month over the emergence of an in-app payment system within Fortnite on iOS. Apple decided to remove Fortnite from the App Store and Epic Games looked to bypass their 30% fees by creating their own custom payment system within the Fortnite app. The removal of Fortnite kickstarted legal proceedings between the two tech giants, with Epic Games also launching a #Free Fortnite campaign amongst users of the game. In the latest twist, Apple has responded to Epic's demands for Apple to restore Fortnite to the App Store in new legal filings. They claim that Fortnite can make a return to iOS as soon as Epic removes the in-app payment system, adding that the company's injuries are entirely self-inflicted. Apple's control over the App Store was highlighted in the House Judiciary antitrust hearing earlier this year, with critics claiming that the company uses its control in order to bleed excessive revenue of up to 30% from developers. However, Tim Cook, Apple's CEO, refuted these claims, instead arguing that his company faces fierce competition from the likes of Android. He also added that Apple has long since allowed small developers to reach a far wider audience than they would otherwise be able to connect with. For those who are unaware, Fortnite burst onto the gaming scene 3 years ago with its unique cartoon battle royale experience, quickly becoming the most popular video game in the world. These days, it has over 350 million registered players, making it a dominant industry force. After proving to be a hit on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, Epic Games moved into the world of mobile gaming, introducing Fortnite to iOS and Android via the App Store and Google Play Store respectively. Fortnite Battle Royale is and always has been free to play, with Epic Games instead making money on cosmetics in-app purchases such as skins and emotes. While Apple does allow such features in its App Store games, they take a 30% cut on all in-app transactions, something that Epic Games wanted to bypass. In fact, back in July, the Epic Games founder, Tim Sweeney, claimed that the likes of Apple and Google were being terribly unfair and exploitative when taking such a large cut from developers. On August 13 this year, Epic Games decided to allow their users to receive a discount on purchases if they bypassed Apple and Google by making in-app purchases directly from Epic Games. Soon after, Apple decided to remove Fortnite from the App Store, a move which was swiftly mimicked by Google and its Play Store. Apple later threatened to revoke Epic's access to iOS and Mac OS development tools, causing Epic Games to seek a restraining order. A California judge later decided that, while Epic had breached Apple policies by introducing their own payment system, the decision to revoke their developer tools would be harmful to the public interest. Epic was granted a partial restraining order and regained access to developer tools. Despite this, Apple was not compelled to allow Fortnite back onto the App Store, with the phone giant now claiming that the game can return as soon as the in-app payment system is removed. Epic Games isn't the only one standing up to Apple's App Store, as multiple companies, including Spotify, have formed a coalition for app fairness. The coalition targets the App Store with three main issues: anti-competitive policies that favor Apple's apps over competitors, the high 15 to 30% fee, and Apple's ban on competing app stores and payment methods. The group compares Apple's 30% fee to the 5% cut charged from other payment providers like credit card companies, and it also says Apple charges 600% more. An app store is more than just a payment provider since it handles hosting, SDK and app store development, app screening, and support. But it's hard to look at Apple's $15 billion in App Store revenue and claim the company can't afford to charge less. Additional interesting reads can be found on the Juni website, Juni.com. End of article.
Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Burnout in the Physical Therapy Profession. Published on September 24, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Audrey Biasi, who is a doctor of physical therapy, board-certified orthopedic specialist, and CrossFit Level 1 trainer, based in the United States of America. Most physical therapists enter the profession with one goal in mind: to help people move and feel better. This goal remains true, whether a physical therapist's passion lies in helping the elderly in assisted living, acutely in the hospital, or in a more active outpatient clinic. Yet, no one warns about the negative effects of working in such a rewarding, yet demanding field. From finding time to document and seeing multiple patients at once to the high costs associated with becoming a physical therapist and the emotional stress, unfortunately this profession can end up leaving someone burned out with a lack of passion for the job. Burnout. Burnout can be defined as a syndrome resulting from chronic workplace stress, resulting in feeling of exhaustion, negative feelings related to one's job, and reduced professional efficacy. The physical therapy profession experiences a 53% burnout rate that is most prevalent between 5 and 15 years of working. This burnout can be due to several factors: high productivity demands, documentation demands, emotional stress, and cost of tuition and high student loan interest rates and total debt. Productivity. In most physical therapy clinics, there are expectations for therapists to be working at 90% productivity. This high level of productivity, seeing multiple patients at once, and poor reimbursement rates really go hand in hand. Therapists are expected to have a high rate of productivity in order to be able to make a profit. Since reimbursement rates are so low, productivity needs to be high and the number of patients seen at once needs to increase. In addition to the 90% productivity rate, most clinics also require therapists to see at least 2 patients in an hour. However, it is not uncommon to have 4 patients on the schedule within a 1-hour block. But, if reimbursement rates would improve, this high patient demand could decrease. Another benefit of improved reimbursement rates would be the company's ability to offer a higher salary, helping to close the gap between costs of tuition and physical therapy salary. In fact, the median salary for a physical therapist is $86,850 and the average total debt of physical therapists is about $96,000. However, nearly 20% of physical therapists have over $150,000 in student loan debt. Take away the stress of student loans and you will, without a doubt, have more happy and passionate physical therapists that can solely focus on their patient care instead of their looming debt. In order to solve half of the burnout equation, we need to improve reimbursement rates. Documentation. Documentation is another large contributor to burnout. In fact, only 35% of therapists complete their documentation at work. The other 65% have to work on paperwork at home after hours. This is because of the high number of patients needing to be seen and the inability to take regularly scheduled breaks. Honestly, the only break you will see as a physical therapist is your 30-minute, if you are lucky a 60-minute, lunch break or when a patient cancels last minute. Not only are physical therapists working hard in the office, but they also have to go home and continue to work and think about their patients. Stress. The stress related to taking work home, taking away from personal and family time, combined with the emotional stress of caring for so many people is truly challenging. Again, the main goal of a physical therapist is to help people. Sometimes, patients just don't want to put the work into care for themselves and they expect their physical therapist to be a magic cure. But physical therapy is supposed to be a two-way street. A therapist guides, but the patient needs to put in the work. Unfortunately, there are times when physical therapy does not actually help a patient, but more often, the reason why a patient may not improve is because they are not doing their homework. This leads to the therapist feeling like it is their fault, feeling like a failure, and taking the situation personally. If you stop and think about how many times you may see your doctor or dentist per year, the answer is relatively low, perhaps 2 times a year if you are healthy. But the length of a plan of care between a physical therapist and a patient is typically much longer than that. The average length is 10 visits, but many see their therapist for months on end. This is a long time to get to know someone. The therapist can't help but to feel intricately woven into a patient's life. When a patient's outcomes are not favorable, it affects the therapist as well. Physical therapists would move mountains for their patients. So why aren't mountains moved for us? Full citations can be found on the Juni website, Juni.com. End of article. Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is News Media Bargaining Code, Google and YouTube Threatened in Australia. Published on September 6, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Eric Xu. Google warns Aussies as the new media code will hurt how Australians use Google Search and YouTube. An open letter was proposed by Google on the 17th of August, 2020, and pop-ups have begun to appear on Google and YouTube's home pages. Mel Silva, the managing director of Google Australia, said in the letter that the News Media Bargaining Code, which was introduced in April 2020 by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, ACCC, and released for public consultation last month, will put the free services you use at risk in Australia. In this letter, Mel strongly argues that the new media code would force Google to provide users information and search data to news media companies and it could artificially inflate their ranking over everyone else, even when someone else provides a better result. She also fears that once the new media code is implemented, it would severely damage the user's experience as the law is set up to give big media companies special treatment and to encourage them to make enormous and unreasonable demands that would put our free services at risk. At the end of the letter, she reiterates that Google is standing strong on protecting search and YouTube's environment and encourages readers to support their statement. Google's blowback against the new law is readily expected, as the implementation of this new code could bring an immense burden of expense into their annual balance, even though they have already built great fortunes out of aggregating news content. If the mandatory code of conduct commences, an estimated cost of around $600 million a year would be paid into Australian news companies to compensate for the support of journalism, according to Nine chairman and former federal treasurer Peter Costello. Mel, on the other hand, retaliates in the open letter that the code neglects the values Google has offered to Australian news media businesses such as licensed content and billions of free clicks. Whether Google's dissent is up to the public's good, it is undisputed that the world's orders have become significantly concerned about the monopolistic nature of these tech giants who are in full dominance of market power and their free-riding behavior. Back in late 2017, the ACCC had already initiated a digital platform inquiry to examine the potential impact that the digital platform providers such as Facebook and Google are having on Australia's media and advertising landscape. The final inquiry report released in mid-2019 further reassures the digital platforms to be adversely impacting everything from media competition, monetization, and journalism quality, through to consumer data, privacy, and digital industry competition. The News Media Bargaining Code is thus extrapolated at the behest of Australia Federal Government's final judgment in order to balance the bargaining power between Australian news media and digital platforms, specifically Facebook and Google, in hopes for a fair payment when news content is shown on their respective platforms. Under the code, the mentioned digital platforms would have to provide a mandatory negotiating procedure with Australia's media organisation, either individually or collectively, to best facilitate genuine commercial bargaining between parties, allowing commercially negotiated outcomes suited to different business models used by Australian news media businesses. And if the firms have not come to an agreement in 3 months of negotiation, news media can elect to commence final offer arbitration in hopes to seek a reasonable offer for both parties. There will be minimum standards that the digital platforms are obligated to abide by for the sake of bargaining in good faith should the code be passed. Under these standards, the digital platforms are required to provide news media businesses at least 28 days notice of algorithm changes that are likely to materially affect referral traffic to news, and designed to affect ranking of news behind paywalls. They are also required to give news media businesses clear information about the nature and availability of user data collected through users' interactions with news on their services. The code then further addresses the matter of data and users' privacy. It indicates that the code would not breach any privacy protections that currently apply to digital platforms users, as the code does not include any requirements for digital platforms to increase sharing of user data with news media business. In addition, it demands the digital platforms to provide news media businesses concrete details of depiction of the data they collected on users' interaction with news content on their services. The News Media Bargaining Code is now on draft legislation with a public consultation process, and it is expected to be finalized at the end of August. Full citations can be found on the Juni website, Juni.com. Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Digital Platforms and the ACCC Digital Inquiry Report. Published on August 5, 2020 as the opinion of author, Shakil Sharma. In 2017, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, ACCC, considered the impact of online search engines, social media, and digital content aggregators, known as digital platforms, on the aspect of competition in the media and advertising services markets, ACCC 2019. The ACCC's final report examined the impacts and the challenges of modern journalism, highlighting the implications for media content creators, advertisers, and consumers, ACCC 2019. An analysis of the report should be of interest to an organization such as Transparency International, as news publishers, digital platforms, network infrastructure providers, audiences, device manufacturers, advertising firms and governments engage in an evolving struggle for control. Authority and Citizen Trust, Dwyer and Martin 2019. The ACCC's report discovered from Australian census data, during a period from 2006 to 2016, the total number of people in journalism-related occupations fell by 9%, but that the fall Indiana traditional print, now print/online, journalist numbers was 26%, ACCC 2019. University students who pursue a career in journalism are entering a media industry that is incapable of supporting them with suitable employment to maintain a basic standard of living. There is simply not enough digital or print revenue being generated, because of the pressure on commercial players to survive, by reducing the expenses of existing media models and enter into commercial arrangements by subsidizing news costs. Johnston and Ford 2017. Transparency International must hold to account the objectivity of Australian journalism in its function of the Australian democratic process. The important opportunity to work closely with the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, enables the monitoring of the initiatives of digital platforms that enable the servitude of the public good, to identify the reliability, trustworthiness and source of news content featured on their services and serve the public interest by addressing difficult topics such as white supremacist racism and its prevalence in Australia. Transparency International is an organized global movement that aims to end the injustice of corruption. Transparency_International N.D. The organization focuses on the issues that hold the powerful to account for the common good through advocacy, campaigning and research. Transparency_International N.D. By exposing systems and networks that enable corruption to thrive, the organization demands greater transparency, accountability, and integrity. Ironically, the organization has been involved in several controversies of its own, concerningly receiving funding from companies that are themselves convicted of corruption offenses. The Diplomatic World, who investigates researchers. 2019. In 2019, Transparency International promoted a toxic internal workplace environment of bullying and harassment. Doji 2019. In 2017, the organization's International Board of Directors decided to discredit Transparency International USA as the national chapter in the United States, Baharov 2017, similarly as it did with its Croatia chapter in 2015. The Australian chapter has regularly targeted non-Caucasian countries and organizations to fit discriminatory and hegemonic narratives. In recent times, Transparency International has conducted research into how corruption has contributed to the current threat to democracy, showing a disturbing link between corruption and the health of democracies. Where countries with higher rates of corruption also have weaker democratic institutions and political rights. Transparency_International N.D. The former Prime Minister of the Fiji Islands, the Honourable Mahendra Chaudhry, 2000-01, once stated, "The role of the media is to educate and inform the public on important national issues and development policies, so that people can make informed judgments and decision in exercising their fundamental democratic rights as an individual." Chaudhry highlights how journalism plays an integral role in the function of democracy, requiring to be free from government, be organized as a market and not as a product of the state system, and the need to be staffed by professionals who champion the ideals of accuracy and impartiality. The Internet and social media have provided new models of journalism that enables the recycling and repurposing of news from the aggregation of information, driven by complex algorithms and models facilitated by big data sets. Johnston and Ford 2017. An interconnected digital world where social media supports the democratization of information and knowledge that enhances people as both content consumers and content producers. Picard, 2009, reiterates with the use of social media, journalists can access information, ideas, and feedback directly from their audiences. Through constant interaction with users, journalists develop a different type of relationship than the distant connection created by traditional mass communication. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, ACCC, recently embarked on considering the impact of online search engines, social media, and digital content aggregators, known as digital platforms, on the aspect of competition in the media and advertising services markets. ACCC 2019. The ACCC's report examines the impact on the media, the challenges of modern journalism and the implications for media content creators, advertisers, and consumers. ACCC 2019. An analysis of the report is of interest to Transparency International as news publishers, digital platforms, network infrastructure providers, audiences, device manufacturers, advertising firms and governments engage in an evolving struggle for control. Authority and Citizen Trust, Dwyer and Martin 2019. The ACCC Digital Platforms Inquiry Report highlights two significant findings of practical interest to the ongoing work performed by Transparency International. Cuts to costs and employment of journalism. Journalist, Elizabeth Greco, 2020, found that according to the Pew Research Center in the United States of America, Overall newsroom employment dropped by 23% from the year 2008 to 2019. Newspaper newsrooms shrank by 51%. Radio broadcasting dropped by 23%. However, broadcast television, particularly cable television, has remained relatively stable. The ACCC's report discovered from Australian census data, during a period from 2006 to 2016, the total number of people in journalism-related occupations fell by 9%, but that the fall Indiana traditional print, now print/online, journalist numbers was 26%, ACCC 2019. Data provided by media companies show the number of journalists in the traditional print, now print/online, sector fell by 20% from 2014 to 2018, ACCC 2019. The key issue for Transparency International to probe is how journalism is supposed to play a vital role in the functioning of the Australian democratic process, when a downward trend of as many as 3,000 journalism jobs have been lost in Australia in the past decade is ongoing. New_beats_research_team 2018. From a grassroots level, university students who are interested in pursuing journalism for a living, are entering a media industry that is incapable of supporting them with suitable employment to maintain a basic standard of living. Swinburne University lecturer, Diana Bossio, 2012, found that traditional cadetships are no longer an entry point for most university graduate journalists. Fairfax Media suspended traineeships in 2008, but now offer approximately 20 positions across 5 publications. There is simply not enough digital or print revenue being generated, because of the pressure on commercial players to survive, by reducing the expenses of existing media models and enter into commercial arrangements by subsidizing news costs. Johnston and Ford 2017. Impact of new market entrants. The ACCC's report found that the influence of digital platforms has had an increase in the number of media voices available to Australians by facilitating the entrance of digital native publishers such as BuzzFeed News Australia and Crikey, ACCC 2019. While publishers can have a varied journalistic focus, they tend to employ relatively small newsrooms, making only modest contributions to overall employment of journalists in Australia, ACCC 2019. Digital platforms have significantly altered the incentives for the production of different types of journalism, as the online media environment has provided relatively low incentives and expectations for news media businesses to produce journalism that may attract smaller audiences. Regardless of such coverage's contributions to the public interest, ACCC 2019. The key issue for Transparency International is to monitor transparency of not only existing and prominent media organizations, but new market entrants to the field of journalism. Fetzer Institute scholar, Sharon Green, 1999, describes the conundrum that all journalists face, being the ability to separate personal prejudices that shape people. It is both unrealistic and dangerous to pretend that prejudices don't exist as a filter on an individual's perception. Journalism has been historically viewed as a dominance of out-of-touch elitist, conqueror-privileged Western attitudes, caused by ethnocentric beliefs that produce biased, inaccurate and homogeneous perspectives, Abigio 4, Murray and Singh 2017. Also, peer-reviewed sources need to be held accountable, as they are often controlled by hegemonically biased academics. As part of disseminating corruption, Transparency International needs to monitor and report on mainstream media's hegemonic elitism, as it has evidently given rise to the need of activist journalism, that seeks to provide a social movement's side of a story. Being unique from mainstream reports, Kawamoto 2003. Mainstream media targets activist media by ignoring issues entirely, using belittling and discrediting techniques with a heavily biased, condescending tone and style that contributes to public skepticism of journalism. ACCC Recommendation 9. Stable and adequate funding for the public broadcasters. The ACCC report recommends that stable and adequate funding should be provided to the ABC and SBS in recognition of their role in addressing the risk of under-provision of public interest journalism that generates broad benefits to society, ACCC 2019. Professor Tom Organ, 2020, stated, Australia's national public broadcasters are expected to meet their charter obligations, or their mission statements and establishing legislative brief. While public service broadcasters keenly scrutinise their programming and audience makeup to make sure they are reaching the people of Australia, they are also reporting to government and to the community more broadly for their carriage of their task to inform as well as entertain. The ABC and SBS are accountable in a different way to advertiser-supported or content-produced media as they are more publicly accountable, whereas private media's accountability is to its shareholders first and audiences second, Oregon 2020. The presence of such networks in the information marketplace creates value for both consumers and commercial media to focus on the development of products that yield them the highest value. The structure of the media market and consumer behavior is rapidly evolving, however, the expectations of the media to thrive and deliver competition, quality, and choice to consumers, as well as provide a public good, is a strong foundation that only succeeds with well-funded public broadcasting services. For example, SBS' desire to serve the public interest was seen in the program, First Contact, as it served the public interest by specifically addressing white supremacist racism and its prevalence in Australia. Researcher Natalie Crom, 2017, stated, Australia's long history with racism has been particularly targeted towards First Nations people from the very first act of racism, the Declaration of Terran Elias, a blatant lie that was predicated upon ethnocentrism. Recently, there was the brutality of the Christchurch shooting, which was committed by an Australian white supremacist extremist terrorist, Roy Sherwood and Parveen 2019. SBS served the public interest in educating audiences both locally and internationally, about racist white privileged participants with disgusting and discriminatory preconceived notions and communication styles on their first interactions with Indigenous people. Transparency International should be pleased to endorse this recommendation, due to the evident public scrutiny that these networks are subjected to, based on whether they are serving the public interest and that taxpayers' funds are being spent appropriately with accountability and transparency. Public broadcasters maintain the public good, being an extremely important role in contributing to media plurality in order to ensure an adequate depth of coverage and media objectivity obtained from a broad range of media perspectives. Public broadcasters are institutions that contribute to the good of society, as they enhance cultural expression and strengthen informed political participation. While the ACCC report has focused on the relationship between the functionality of global digital platforms with the accessibility of local Australian media, the most important aspect for organisations such as Transparency International is to ensure the protection of Australian public broadcasters such as the ABC and SBS. As stated above, their role is integral to safeguarding a functioning democracy with objective journalism that informs the public, holds the accountability of decision-makers and institutions, as well as provides a public forum that allows a civil discussion of humanities issues that is not limited to an Australian context. Authors Fernandez and Pearson, 2015, stated, Australia's reputation as a Western democracy valuing free expression has been eroded significantly by a raft of new laws and policies which might not be reflected in forthcoming media freedom rankings because of the methods used by free expression organisations and their weightings on various levels of press freedom threats. The malaise at the heart of the assaults on free expression afflicts both sides of politics. An important opportunity exists for Transparency International to work closely with an Australian independent regulator, such as the ACMA, to monitor the initiatives of digital platforms that allow the servitude of the public good, to identify the reliability, trustworthiness and source of news content featured on their services and serve the public interest by addressing difficult topics such as white supremacist racism and its prevalence in Australia. Full citations can be found on the Juni website, Juni.com. Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Without Fun But Hope, U.S. Independence Day 2020. Published on July 4, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Ariel. Every year, the 4th of July has been a day of immense happiness for every American. Parades, fireworks, picnics, carnivals, baseball games, barbecues, speeches, ceremonies, and only God knows how many events mark Independence Day every year. From kids to adults, countless Americans look forward to this every year. But this year, the 4th of July is going to be a remarkable day in history as none of these events are going to be organized. A majority of the countries around the world are fighting against a pandemic. COVID-19 has caused severe loss of life across the globe, and currently there is no vaccine to aid in the fight against it. This is surely going to be the saddest Independence Day in the history of America due to staggering loss of life from COVID-19. With all the cancelled parades and fireworks, endless protests, and political tensions, people will have to find solace in virtual events. Hope is the only thing holding people together as 2020 continues, and hope will be what carries us into Independence Day 2021 with double zeal and enthusiasm. Next year, we will be looking back and thinking that we made it. End of article. Welcome to Journey. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Journalism's Recidivation, a Growing Distrust. Published on June 19, 2020 as the opinion of author, Shakil Sharma. Journalism is facing many challenges, none greater than the heavy burden of the waning of the public's trust and support in recent times. A vital core media function is having the trust of an audience with the ability for sense-making. Kovac and Rosenstiel, 2014. Audiences have reacted negatively to sensationalized coverage as news organizations try to entice people to click on stories via various online platforms. Brantz, 2013. In recent times, the media have inherited a reputation of being powerful people who push agendas that are not always in the public interest. Newman and Fletcher, 2017. A perception of media skepticism has developed, accusing journalists of not being fair and objective in reports, not presenting the whole story and sacrificing accuracy and precision for both personal and commercial gains. Tsvetai and Capella, 2003. Journalism is an industry that strives to ensure the free exchange of information is accurate, fair, thorough, and reports with integrity. Society of Professional Journalists, 2014. Members of the United States Society of Professional Journalists, SPJ, believe that public enlightenment is the foundation of justice and democracy. Society of Professional Journalists, 2014. The SPJ Code of Ethics is a statement of abiding principles that address changing journalistic practices, but not a set of rules. Society of Professional Journalists, 2014. It is a guide of ideals that encourages journalists to take responsibility for the information they provide. Society of Professional Journalists, 2014. Its effectiveness can be compared with how the media applies the 5 canons of journalism, being truth, accuracy, fairness, balance, and neutrality. Journalists cannot always guarantee the objectivity of the truth, but obtaining accurate facts is the founding principle of ethical journalism. Journalists are expected to give all the relevant facts and ensure that they have been checked/verified. Among the canons of journalism is the focus that objectivity must be operationalized through the idea of fairness and balance. In exploring controversial issues, the journalist gives voice to different sides of the story and the reader judges the truth. Lichtenberg, 2000. Objectivity may not always be possible nor desirable, especially in the face of brutality or inhumanity, but impartial reporting builds trust and confidence. Journalists are expected to be neutral, independent voices, who do not act on behalf of special interests, whether political, corporate, or cultural. Journalists are expected to be transparent, declaring any political affiliations, financial arrangements, or other specific information that might constitute a conflict of interest. A prominent example of the 5 canons of journalism not being adhered was in 2011 when the Fox News network was instrumental in promoting Donald Trump's discriminatory birtherism accusations about the birthplace of President Barack Obama. Donald Trump had claimed that his team investigated the provenance of President Obama's birth certificate. Editorial Board, 2016. Trump perpetuated that Obama's motive for not releasing his long-form birth certificate was to conceal being of the Muslim faith. Editorial Board, 2016. The Fox News network reacted with a series of targeted propaganda, reporting several falsehoods to the American people and the world to discredit Obama. Examples include: on March 28, 2011, Fox News Fox and Friends hosted Trump, who stated, "I'm starting to wonder myself whether or not he was born in this country." Mast, 2016. During the March 28, 2011, edition of Fox News On the Record, former host Greta Van Susteren hosted Trump, who used the platform to advance his birther conspiracy theories and praise those who indulge in them as great Americans. Mast, 2016. During the April 11, 2011, edition of Fox News On the Record, former host Greta Van Susteren gave Trump airtime to push his birther conspiracies and discuss his investigation in Hawaii into Obama's citizenship, MAST, 2016. During the April 15, 2011, edition of his show, Fox host Sean Hannity aired an interview in which he provided a platform for Trump's birther theories, including asking Trump what his investigators in Hawaii had found regarding Obama's birth, MAST, 2016. During an interview with Trump on the April 18, 2011, edition of Fox News Fox and Friends, CO host Steve Doocy responded to Trump's claim that Obama has not given a birth certificate by saying, he could end it simply, just show it to us, and it'd be over, MAST, 2016. The above evidence of discriminatory bias laid the groundwork for Donald Trump's birtherism propaganda, proving the clear violation of the 5 canons of journalism. The overwhelmingly biased, sneering, opinionated, ethnocentric and skewed perspectives of Fox News and Fox Business were proven to be unjustified with the eventual release of Obama's birth certificate. The above example has highlighted how a lack of diversity and maturity has compounded the growing distrust in journalism and media skepticism. Jones, 2016. Sharon Green, 1999, describes the conundrum that journalists face as the ability to separate personal prejudices that shape people. It is both unrealistic and dangerous to pretend that prejudices don't exist as a filter on an individual's perception. Journalism has been historically viewed as a dominance of out-of-touch elitist, conqueror-privileged Western attitudes, caused by ethnocentric beliefs that produce biased, inaccurate and homogeneous perspectives. Abigio 4, Murray, and Singh, 2017. Importantly, peer-reviewed sources need to be held accountable, as they are often controlled by hegemonically biased academics. Hegemonic elitism has given rise to activist journalism, seeking to provide a social movement's side of a story, being unique from mainstream reports. Kawamoto, 2003. Mainstream media target activists by ignoring issues entirely, using belittling and discrediting techniques with a heavily biased, condescending tone and style that contributes to public skepticism of journalism. However, the rise of social media platforms such as Twitter, the gathering and distribution of news and social movements has aided journalists as an aggregation and fact-checking tool. Social media has become an efficient way to distribute and gather news for all journalists, regardless of the topic. It is important to acknowledge how the arrival of digital search engines, information aggregators, and social media platforms has led to a detrimental impact on traditional media organizations. Mead, 2020. According to the Pew Research Center in the United States of America, employment in traditional print media newsrooms had dropped by 23% from the year 2008 to 2019, Greco, 2020. Several large players in the media industry, including News Corp and the New York Times, have moved from providing online content free of charge to implementing paywalls where readers are charged a fee for accessing content online. Chiu and Tucker, 2013. As print media declines, in-house public relations, PR, teams have shifted to self-sufficiency, instead of a reliance on journalists for the coverage of company news. McKinsey, 2015. A company's reputation is seen to be more fragile and vulnerable, with the impact of social media. Lloyd and Toogood, 2014. PR teams protect the reputation of companies, institutions, and individuals. For example, Blue Notes is an online publication by the Anz Bank's PR team, reports on its financial news to their business network. McKinsey, 2015. The prominent example above of Fox Media above has shown how the ideals of the Society of Professional Journalists, SPJ, Code of Ethics were not adhered and extensively misled the public. Regardless of financial pressures, activist journalism, and social media functionality, mainstream media's hegemonic bias, attitudes of elitism and a disregard for ethical journalism have contributed to the journalism industry's recidivation. Full citations can be found on the Journey website, Juni.com. End of article. Welcome to Journey. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is China Backlash as Australia supports the European Union's call for COVID-19 investigation. Published on May 26, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Seb Jenkins. Australia has now publicly supported a European Union motion for an investigation into the origins and handling of the COVID-19 outbreak. Federal Health Minister, Greg Hunt, revealed that the Morrison government officially supports the current EU motion. He stated, "We support the EU motion, which includes an independent investigation, regulatory work on wet markets and also the potential for independent inspection powers. It is well documented that the COVID-19 pandemic stemmed from the Wuhan region in China, hence why countries like Australia have received such heavy backlash from the global heavyweight. China is currently Australia's #1 global trading partner. Australia was one of the first countries to call for an independent probe into the spread of COVID-19 across the world, stemming from Wuhan. However, the motion proposed to the World Health Assembly this week has since gained the support of 122 countries. These include the likes of Russia, the United Kingdom, Canada, New Zealand, members of the EU and the African Group. The motion has called for the World Health Organization, WHO, to conduct a stepwise process of impartial, independent and comprehensive evaluation, including using existing mechanisms, as appropriate, to review experience gained and lessons learned from the WHO-coordinated international health response to COVID-19. After backing such a motion, Australia's Foreign Minister, Marise Payne, has dismissed allegations that her country is locked in a trade war with China at present. However, the Australian government has not ruled out contacting the World Trade Organization, if China proceeds to impose trade tariffs. It has been reported that China may implement 80% tariffs on certain imports to Australia, such as barley. China has threatened to halt the trade of crucial products such as meat to some motion-supporting countries. The Asian powerhouse has also stated that it may withhold students from studying in overseas countries that support this investigation. In response to this, U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to cut off relations with China amidst talks of sanctions that may force a compromise. The two nations have already been enduring a somewhat frosty relationship over the past year. Last month, Chinese representatives in Canberra accused Australian politicians of regurgitating U.S. beliefs, labeling them as the mouthpiece to Donald Trump. They claimed that they are keen to parrot what those Americans have asserted and simply follow them in staging political attacks on China. The European Union's economy is strong enough to fight these trade threats from China, as they would continue to deal with more democratically inclined Asian countries. China has maintained its own brand of resilience even after Australia threw their support behind an investigatory motion to the WHO in order to assess the origins and handling of COVID-19. Despite the increasing support for such an investigation into the Chinese origins, it remains to be seen whether such a report is commissioned in the coming weeks. Full citations can be found on the Juni website, Juni.com. For the latest information regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, please refer to your local health authorities. End of article. Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Contact Tracing, Curtailing COVID-19. Published on May 12, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Afolabi Basit. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced governments around the world to research and develop solutions to battle this outbreak. Existing systems are being standardized in order to support and convince the general populace to accept various safety measures. International agencies, tech companies, and the government's parastatals have broadcasted several procedures to help suppress viral transmissions. Nearly all of these measures enforce constraints on an individual's civil liberties, including individual confidentiality and human moralities. Unparalleled reconnaissance levels, data manipulation, and misrepresentation are internationally tested. Different government expertise has been deployed around the world with the intention of detecting infected people and abiding by quarantine measures. Several countries around the world embraced lockdowns, initiatives aimed at promoting social distancing and flattening the curve. Contact tracing is a core infection control measure deployed by health workers for decades. It remains as an essential blueprint for thwarting COVID-19 circulation. To curtail COVID-19's spread through contact tracing, different nations have rolled out several smart mobile apps to fully implement the contact tracing procedure. The Singapore government has deployed an app named Trace Together. This app employs a Bluetooth link to connect cell phones to identify possible coronavirus carriers who've been exposed to other people. The wearing of a wristband, connected to a smartphone mobile app, were recently imposed on the Hong Kong people. It was designed such that the wristband could inform the necessary authorities when there is a breach of a quarantine order. Records retrieved from the cell phone position, CCTV footage, credit card proceedings, and the possibility of individual conversations are gathered by the government of South Korea, in developing a system to contact trace those in association with positive coronavirus patients. The system will generate a map that could disclose people's movements towards a coronavirus carrier. An improved tool was also set in motion to track and observe patients instantaneously and to assess the progress of the disease. Germany recently dropped a centralized app for contact tracing of COVID-19. The nation opted for a decentralized approach supported by Google, Apple, and other European nations, with both principles relying on Bluetooth links between nearby phones. This approach is in full compliance with individual data security guidelines, and an impact evaluation was published before the app was launched. It was also proposed by the Swiss Federal Office of Public Health in partnership with EFPL and ETH Zurich to unveil a protected, distributed system for contact tracing on the May 11. The system was designed by the Decentralized Privacy Preserving Proximity Tracing International Consortium. This system is low energy, Bluetooth-based with an assured privacy-preserving proximity tracing system. It is intended at abridging and fast-tracking the identification process of people who have come in close contact with a coronavirus carrier, consequently creating a technological platform to help its acceptance. In the Western Balkans, the foremost country to deploy a contact tracing app in tackling the range of COVID-19 is North Macedonia. The government has been given the highest assurance of user data protection. A Bluetooth-based smartphone app named Stop Corona cautions users when in contact with coronavirus patients unknowingly, based on the distance between mobile devices. The Indian administration has officially inaugurated its COVID-19 tracking app called Arogya Setu, compatible with various smartphone OS platforms. The app is aimed at augmenting a current endeavor to notify the populace about the best operation and suitable advisories about curtailing of coronavirus. Arogya Setu means, a bridge of health app, basically assists in detecting users if they are at threat of COVID-19 infection, by examining if they have been in contact with a COVID-19 carrier, even unintentionally. The app was incorporated with standard security configurations to protect the user's information privacy and safety. Personal meta information is being stored. Who has had access to it and for what purpose? With concerns that databases which hold personal user information and algorithmic applications that functions its surveillance capability, could be used to intrude on the user's privacy. If data gathering and centralization is the key to the creation of digital dictatorships, imagine a society that is being surveyed through millions of cameras, where the public's every move is recorded in a central database alongside public records, health information, school and workplace activities, MESCO. Online data is recorded effortlessly, monitored, analyzed and compared, and a central authority would be able to influence the public by disseminating information about lifestyles, mood, priorities, and predict behaviors, MESCO. In China, the state-assigned social credit system monitors the public based on historical records, the accounts of families and friends, past actions, online activity, employment, and healthcare status, MESCO. Credit is acquired according to the government's expectations that reward docile subjects with high points and therefore with more options, better school and job prospects and better healthcare, MESCO. Awareness is key. Full citations can be found on the Juni website, Juni.com. For the latest information regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, please refer to your local health authorities. End of Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is COVID-19 Pandemic, World Leaders Searching for Solutions. Published on March 24, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Kendall Hilton. The coronavirus has put the world on edge with rising death tolls and a crippling of the global economy. World leaders are searching for answers to slow down the chaos. COVID-19, also known as the coronavirus, has altered the world in an unprecedented way. Countries all over the globe have been struck by the virus, which was declared a pandemic by World Health officials earlier this month. By that time, over 4,000 cases worldwide had been found in over 117 countries. The world has gone into complete shutdown with multiple countries forcing their citizens to stay at home in order to help stop the spread. The virus was first detected in Wuhan, China in late 2019 and spread by travelers throughout the country. The United States, Italy, Iran, Spain, and China have been hit the hardest by the virus, leaving many asking if government officials waited too long to act. In most recent developments, the United States Congress could not agree on a $1 trillion stimulus package after Senate Democrats blocked the plan in a 47-47 vote. Congress needed 60 votes to approve the plan, which is designed to help corporations affected by the global economic meltdown. Democrats believe the plan does protect the workers or impose restrictions on corporation bailouts. The lasting effects of this could put the global economy at even more risk. State governors have pushed President Trump to help with providing more protective equipment to prevent the spread of the virus. Some have urged the president to use the Defense Production Act, which would allow the government to control the production of material necessary during national crises. President Trump is not looking to implement the plan, believing the current way of doing things is much better. The president stated, "Call a person over in Venezuela. Ask them, how did nationalization of their businesses work out? Not too well. The concept of nationalizing our businesses is not a good concept." As Italy's death toll rises, currently at 5,476 from COVID-19 and surpassing China for the most deaths, they are looking towards the United States for assistance. Italy's defense minister asked U.S. Defense Secretary, Mark Esper, for U.S. military assistance. Italy is one of many countries with scarce supplies, such as ventilators, needed to combat the virus and treat those infected. World leaders have also urged citizens to stay at home, implementing what it is now known as social distancing. Celebrities and those with large influence have also joined in on the plan, telling their supporters to stay at home to help slow down the spread of the virus, which has now infected over 335,997 worldwide. Millennials and Generation Z have ignored the call to action, finding ways to participate in social gatherings after bars, restaurants, movie theaters, and attending sporting events worldwide shut down indefinitely. Once it was determined that older generations and those with weak immune systems are more likely to catch the virus, the younger generation had still not taken the pandemic as seriously as they should. At Australia's Bondi Beach last week, people ignored the government's call to action of social distancing, instead, sunbathing at the famous outdoor venue. In Florida, spring breakers also showed apathy, still choosing to head to the beach and other public social gatherings. The lack of concern amid the crisis puts everyone at risk because it can prolong the flattening of the curve for health systems, which ultimately can save lives. One of the few benefits that have emerged from this global pandemic is that pollution levels appear to be dropping because of less human activity throughout the world. Fewer cars on the road and less manufacturing have given the Earth a chance to cleanse itself. For the latest information regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, please refer to your local health authorities. Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Britain's Exit, Day 1. Published on February 1, 2020 as the opinion of contributor, Ellie Montgomery. Brexit has been something of a perilous journey. After 17.4 million people voted for the United Kingdom to leave the European Union back in June 2016, it has been anything but a done deal. With seemingly endless delays, dithering politicians, countless elections and much public confusion, the date was finally set. With the third Prime Minister since the referendum and a country growing increasingly impatient, on a cold Friday evening at the end of January, it was done. The UK left the European Union. So, waking up on the morning of February 1, 2020, what has changed? In truth, very little seems any different to last weekend when we were snug as a bug in a European rug. We have entered what is nationally being known as a transition period, which means 11 more months of Brexit being in the news and abiding by EU laws. Until the end of this period on December 31, 2020, EU nationals and Britons alike will be able to retain their freedom of movement, with little changes to any regulations. There will be little impact felt on much of the country for many months, with workers, students, citizens, and visitors all continuing life as normal, until we get a deal negotiated with the European Union to discuss what we can have and what we can't. There were scenes of celebration in London and across the country, as Big Ben bonged the UK out of the EU on the 31st of January. There were also scenes of stark contrast which saw hundreds of people protesting and sharing their ongoing disdain in regards to the departure. Out and about in central London, on the first Europe-less night since December 1972, the mood is one of jubilation. For most people in the city, Brexit is the last thing on their minds, at least on a Saturday afternoon. The first weekend after payday, the mood was jolly and less fazed by the political state of the country. A staunch Remain area of the country, London has handled Brexit the way London handles anything, except the weather. There was a bit of an eye roll over the newspaper on the commute to work after the vote to leave was announced in June 2016, but since then, Brexit has had little relevance in the lives of most average Londoners. Whilst Brexit will undoubtedly impact certain industries a lot more forcefully than others, the attitude in most of London is more of a disapproving sigh of inconvenience, rather than people worrying about the outcomes of political discussions they are not a part of. There may be one less member in Club Europe in 2020, but the UK definitely has one long journey ahead of itself. Nobody knows how the process will pan out and whether or not the little island in the North Sea will be able to hammer out a deal with its mainland family, or if New Year's Eve 2020 will see the UK shunned to the back of the room like a climate change denying drunk and racist uncle at a house party. Knock, knock Australia. Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Life Paused, Game On. Published on January 26, 2020 as the opinion of author, Shakil Sharma. In 2018, an Australian 14-year-old boy gave his mum a concussion after headbutting her for taking away his access to video games. In 2012, a 23-year-old died from a suspected heart attack after playing League of Legends for 23 hours straight. In June 2018, the World Health Organization's inclusion of gaming disorder explained that it is a pattern of gaming behavior, characterized by an increasing priority towards gaming over other activities, and a continuation or escalation of gaming, despite negative consequences. The pattern of behavior must be of sufficient severity and would normally be evident for at least 12 months. Dr. Philip Tam, 2018, one of Australia's leading pioneers in the emerging field of internet-related psychology, has expressed his professional opinion about the issues surrounding internet gaming. He stated, "To be fair, all types of games, even 2-minute smartphone ones, have this potential to be popular and addictive. From my experience, the most compelling are indeed the merpage/fantasy games, such as League of Legends and Dota, possibly because they offer a seductive complete alternate universe in the gameplay. It appears many of the deaths by internet overuse, mainly in East Asia, were youths playing these types of games. I think, the World Health Organization's definition of gaming disorder, is rather simplistic and brief and doesn't take into account deeper, psychodynamic factors which are important in all addictions. But it is a start. I don't think that the 6-month criterion is fair. You can have a major issue with less than this amount." A survey was conducted to find out the habits and perspectives on the weekly video game activities of those in Brisbane. The results of the survey revealed that of the 16 respondents, 25% were spending up to and in excess of 7 hours playing video games over a 7-day period, 18.8% were spending 4 to 6 hours and the majority, 50%, were spending 1 to 3 hours. Neil Lai, one of the Brisbane respondents, gave an interesting insight to his online gaming experience. He stated, "It can give me relaxation and a sense of achievement, and that's enough. A good game should be like an artwork in the museum which is useless, but with high artistry and can give people a sense of feeling." The results also revealed that 25% of respondents indicated that their internet gaming habit was most likely the cause of significant relationship issues, while 56.3% indicated that online gaming had least likely been a cause for jeopardizing significant relationships/friendships. 25% of respondents also indicated that their internet gaming habit was most likely the cause of significant relationship issues, while 50% indicated that online gaming had least likely been a cause for jeopardizing job, educational or career opportunities. Further research into the topic of gaming disorder is still in relative infancy. The actions taken by the World Health Organization is an important step in providing further assistance and support to medical professionals regarding diagnosis. Full citations can be found on the Juni website, Juni.com. Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is More Than Just Angels. Published on December 3, 2019 as the opinion of contributor, Ariel. Following a string of controversies over the stereotyping of female beauty standards by associating the brand with slender supermodels, this year's Victoria's Secret runway show was officially cancelled by L Brands, the parent company of the lingerie brand. This step has resulted from the lingerie brand's attempt to be more inclusive in its conception of female beauty and a rethink of how it wants to evolve its marketing strategy. Fashion is all about evolution and change. And in this modern day and age where women run the world, every fashion brand needs to support women empowerment by breaking stereotypes associated with the ideal body type. Although the lingerie brand has let go of this year's runway show, it is looking forward to create a more dynamic marketing strategy using multiple digital platforms for the coming year. It is true that with the evolution of many popular digital streaming platforms, television is no longer the only platform for lingerie brands like Victoria's Secret to broadcast their marketing shows. Perhaps, it is a wise move from the lingerie brand to outgrow its take on the female beauty standards and make room for more than just angels. End of article. Welcome to Juni. Our website is Juni.com. Start of article. The title of the article is Support Independent Journalism. Published on November 20, 2019 as the opinion of author, Shakil Sharma. University students interested in pursuing journalism for a living are entering a media industry that is incapable of supporting them with suitable employment to maintain a basic standard of living. There has been a fundamental structural change in the way in which the information needs of society are served. News media for most of the last century appeared to be one relatively simple business: the gathering of an audience by providing content, including news, and sell the attention of the audience to advertisers. The internet and its applications have dismantled the traditional business model. As any householder can attest, the audience no longer assembles in the same concentrations. The family no longer gathers around the television news. Most homes have multiple screens and news is absorbed as it happens. Appointment television is nearly dead, at least for those under 50. At the same time, the technology has torn apart the two businesses, advertising and news, that used to be bound together by the physical artifact of the newspaper. Once, those who wanted to find a house, a job, or a car had to buy a newspaper to read the classifieds. Now, it is cheaper and more efficient to advertise and search online, with not a single journalist's salary to be paid. The Guardian, 2017. The public interest roles of journalism are not only performed by people who identify primarily as journalists. Engaged citizens and professionals from diverse fields can contribute to many of these roles, and increased public interest journalism is performed in collaboration with communities and networks. It is clear that the digital revolution has resulted in a significant change in the business model of the media economy. Digital publishing has evolved into a growth industry, with the ease of access to mobile screens, blogs, online pages, and podcasts. The huge shift to mobile, the resurrection of podcasts, and an explosion of blogs has morphed a whole new industry. Media companies have had to realize that their existing content and revenue models require radical change to become more diverse. As a result, as many as 3,000 journalism jobs have been lost in Australia in the past decade, the vast majority of which have come from newspaper newsrooms. New Beats Research Team, 2018. Diana Bossio, 2012, mentions that traditional cadetships are no longer an entry point for most graduate journalists. Fairfax Media suspended traineeships in 2008, but now offer approximately 20 positions across 5 publications. There is simply not enough digital or print revenue to pay for public interest journalism. An analysis of the 2017 Graduate Outcomes Survey revealed concerns that universities are enrolling too many young people and failing to adequately prepare them for any available opportunities post-graduation. Of the 512 journalism graduates surveyed, just 26.1% were subsequently employed in the industry. Despite the number of jobs in the industry seemingly decreasing, the number of young people signing up for pricey courses has remained stable. Thorne, 2018. As journalism transitions to new business models, sustainable funding streams require a combination of government, market, and private funding. Many entrepreneurs are now experimenting in the hope of filling the void. Digital sites, public access channels and regional television stations are reaching new audiences on new platforms. There are 2 critical elements of subsidy schemes that are protected from government interference and corporate abuse. The first element is that subsidies are disbursed by an independent statutory commission, where the responsibility is delegated to a nominated industry organization. The second element is that subsidies are allocated according to explicit and objective criteria. Greenwell, 2017. The 2017 Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index presented 5 overseas countries: Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and the Netherlands, where their respective governments provide direct subsidies to news media organizations. Subsidy regimes are approximately half a century old and have endured the democratic process of elected governments. Greenwell, 2017. Johan Lidberg, 2017, highlighted that in mature liberal democracies, government funding for public interest journalism does not stipulate government influence in media reporting. The priority for government is to continually and appropriately finance both public and independent media organizations to a level that enables them to consistently produce public interest journalism. An ongoing independent repository is needed to support the creation of content until market-financed journalism has adapted and transitioned to evolved and sustaining business models. Sustainable funding models will be a combination of government, market, and private altruistic funding. As Lidberg, 2017, points out, there are a number of already functioning international models. The most obvious indirect funding model is to exempt public interest journalism companies from GST and payroll taxes. A second requirement is to make donations to such journalistic organizations tax deductible to encourage private altruism. Another requirement is to introduce a version of the low-profit, limited liability corporations, L3CS, that exist in the US and the UK. L3CS are businesses that produce a social good. Investments in such companies receive various tax breaks/offsets. A fourth requirement is to introduce a government-funded operational fund/subsidy that is available to public interest journalism ventures. This could include a special grant for startup companies. It is important to point out that for over a century, journalism has been supported via printing and distribution subsidies. Lidberg, 2017. A government-supported production fund for public interest journalism is required to encourage innovation and experimentation in digital journalism, especially in regional and rural Australia and other underserved communities or areas, and for coverage of underrepresented topics. Government-funded subsidies tend to work in much the same way as the election funding provided through electoral commissions. As with election funding, there is no complacency about the possibility that public assistance to the news industry could be abused. But like election funding, there is every reason to be confident that the risk can be managed satisfactorily. Greenwell, 2017. Additionally, universities that offer a journalism school degree will need to be cautious about the standard of practical teaching and the advertisements of course profiles to prospective students regarding employment outcomes in the field. Full citations can be found on the Juni website, wejuni.com.